Good morning, everyone. I am Tara, aka Spirit Mother, and I'd like to welcome you all back to my channel on YouTube, Spirit to Spirit Teaches the Going with Itself, on TikTok, 1974 Enlightened Soul, and I'm also live on my Facebook. If you're not familiar with my channel, I usually suggest or recommend that people go read the description on my YouTube channel, Spirit to Spirit Teaches the Going with Itself, in order to get a better understanding of what it is that I bring forward on my channel. If you are familiar and you're back in, usually pick a lot of hard topics. I use my own life experience all the time and it's kind of bringing things forward. Today, I'm talking about karmic relationships. A lot of people right now are in a karmic relationship, right? And even they're not aware of it and wondering why there's so much. It's like back and forth and love bombing. It's a love-hate relationship. And I'm going, like, I know I'm going through that. And last night, it was just like, whoosh, I just heard, where did you get your crown here? A friend of mine, a young woman I know, I, I consider her a friend. She made it for me back in the late spring or summer or what have you. I believe somewhere were around then. What's it made from? Virginia creeper and crystals. And she works with clovers. So she put her own little clover in there. And uh, she, I asked her to just, know me well enough to know, like, how to do it. So I put her in charge of making it, and this is how it come out. And I love it. And it was her first one. So I was going to give her some Virginia creeper, and I never got around to it, but I will be giving her some because, like she said, it takes a lot of time, which, yeah, I can imagine it would because there's a lot of wrapping to it. So I'm going to start, I'm going to read something because I looked up with regards to a karmic relationship to try to understand things because I know, like, when you're in a karmic relationship, it's that part of sitting and well, why are you in that karmic relationship? What do you need to be addressing? Which the addressing it comes with communication, and a lot of people are reluctant and we don't want to have communication. So it's just that constant. And the neighbor told him that it was like a tug and pull. Well, I already know that. Okay, it's trying to figure out why you were put back there because there's something that you're missing in it, and that's why we keep repeating karmic relationships. Right, no matter what form it is, a karmic relationship could be work with a certain individual type of boss, or friends, or family members, or like romantic relationships, and that's where it becomes that love-hate relationship. But the best way to overcome that is by communication because you have a lot in, like, there's things in common, but it's mostly the trauma that is in common. So it's breaking free of the trauma, talking with one another, because, like, if you're trying to hide something from someone, are you really talking about that same thing in therapy? Because I talk to my karmic relationship person, but they don't want to communicate. And it's that part of, okay, it's time to communicate with me. I know you're hiding things, and I feel it, and I've seen it through certain dreams. Because it's that part of, I let go a lot of my stuff, and I bring it forward. I know on some of my videos, but it's that part of is it partially my karmic energetic bringing it forward because they're not working through it with their own people, their own families, or they're not speaking their own truths and they're trying to fit in. And I can feel that. It's in the throat. Okay. It's not to throw shame on people because karmic relationships can be even more can be even more traumatizing than the trauma itself. Because what you end up doing is you're taking on each other's trauma opposed to doing what you were meant to be doing, and that's working through it, seeing it together. If there's similarities, why are we not talking about it? Why are we just so reluctant to push it away? And if it's that part, you don't want to say anything because I bring it forward, bring things forward on my videos. It's that part of asking yourself, why am I bringing certain things forward? Because I'm trying to pull it out of you and I'm getting aggravated. So it's bringing it spirit to spirit. It's putting it out there into the universe so that those karmic attachments can experience it and, have a different way of working through it. Because it's that part of, when I say spirit to spirit, it's that part of going heart to heart. And I know that, my karmic doesn't like me talking about stuff. It's like it's that part of, like when you struggle and you have relationship after relationship that fails. It's what are you not learning from it? That's why it keeps going over and over again because you're not learning anything from the experience or experiences prior to. So you keep repeating the same things over and over again. And then when someone within the relationship just finally has enough and says, I'm going to stand up, I'm going to speak up because I'm tired of feeling like I've done something wrong when it was never the person themselves that did something wrong, per se, as it was a previous relationship that just never got sorted through to break that cycle. But some people they'll go to a therapist, but it's a part of, are you being honest with the therapist? Because I'm supposed to start going to one in January. And I'm going, like I had spoke to them a year ago. And I had said that, well, I can't help you unless you go to a psychiatrist to get diagnosed. It's like, no, I'm not going to a psychiatrist to get diagnosed because there's nothing to be diagnosed. It's that part of, why does, in order for somebody to have some help, why does there need to be a diagnosis? That's the problem. It's too quick to put a label on someone instead of actually putting yourself in their shoes. And I feel that more so within my throat right now because there's a lot of people that their throat chakras are trying to activate and they keep suppressing it and closing it off. So it builds up in the body, and then when parts of it does come out, it comes out as an explosion, which causes more pain and suffering within yourself, within the other person, and within the relationship. You're trying to get away from trauma, but you're actually creating it more for each other. What do I believe in? I'm a believer that anything is possible because everything is out there. It's the part of actually seeing things from a different perspective. I believe that everything is spirit to spirit because to me, spirit to spirit is heart to heart. And we wear a lot of our pain within our heart. We see things through our eyes. But the biggest impact it has is on the heart, which gets stuck in the psyche because we don't allow ourselves to communicate what it is that we're feeling because we're told to take a pill or we're told that, like get over it. My karmic relationship is saying everybody needs to get over it. Well, if there's no communication, then it's very difficult to get over things because it's saying that your feelings are not going to be validated. Your feelings are not important. Only mine are important. So it's a part of like right now in some karmic relationship, the role has reversed. The person is experiencing what they dished out to other people. And it's a part of, like you didn't like it, you don't like it happening to you. Just think of how that other person felt when you were doing it to them. 1111, as I said that. Some people follow angel numbers and some people don't. Like it's just been a constant fight. And I've let go. But there's the part of the karmic relationship that is just holding on for dear life. And people say about going and getting cord cuttings. The best, like to me, the best form of cord cutting is that part of duking it out. Keep your hands to yourself, but duke it out. Talk with one another. Don't tell one other person that, you need to get over it or, because it's like, right, what's happening? It's that part of it's the different forms of your spirit, your past lives, reincarnation. Some don't believe in that. But it's that part of thinking, why are like you're having profound dreams? You're having dreams where you're waking up exhausted because you feel like you're in it. It's those parts of you, which we call our ancestral lines, because it's passed down from generation to generation. So it becomes that a stigmata that sticks to you. And it becomes that vicious circle that keeps everyone on that hamster wheel. And I'm living through my karmic relationships right now. And it's family. It's not like my karmic relationships is not the jobs or the friends or what have you. It's more so family because it goes right back to the beginning when it all, well, the beginning of what we perceive to be the beginning, the start. Because if you look back and you look at different biblical times, or you look at different ancient civilizations and what have you, or you look at like Adam and Eve, and Cain and Abel. Cain and Abel both had twin sisters. And it's that part of when you look back and you look at the brothers. It's like the brothers, but there's also two sisters. But they're half sisters because they're twins to the half brothers. So you have that continuation. It's the same storyline with the different people because we keep repeating it. And I've seen that and heard, like it goes back to the original galactic war. It's like we say like in the beginning, the mother and the father. They say that the man was first. But it's more so they came at the same time and they split off from one another. The masculine, feminine. People will say God, goddess, and even like God, devil, what have you. And I just seen 1444 on the timer. So I know a lot of people who are they've been in karmic relationships, and that's why we keep getting into what we perceive to be a really They're toxic relationships. But what we're actually there to do is help each other get through it, get through the traumas that we suffered because we've suffered those traumas time and time again. Like people say about Jesus and Mary Magdalene being twin flames. Okay. And then it's said about Osiris and Isis. But then there was Stealth, and they were half siblings, and they married. That's where it goes back. So when people say about incest, and they say about other people's family with regards to incest, well, it was incest portrayed to be incest in the beginning. Okay. So in some parts, it was that the mother married her child because Gaia and Uranus. Gaia gave birth to Uranus. And, mental health will think I'm right out to lunch because I'm talking about biblical stuff. Well, like that's what it is. It's on the spirit level. It affects the body physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually because we're supposed to be working through things, but we're not getting it. So we keep repeating it. That's why I don't, when somebody throws something at me, I'm not going to throw it back at you. I'm going to drop it. But where it needs to go, it's going to go on in that area because it's got to come out. So it's not like if you're in a karmic relationship, it's not about going and seeing a therapist per se, as it is like really like figuring out why there's that tug and pull. Why is there that anger? And I'll tell you why. It's probably because it's that parent-child relationship or twin sibling relationship. What are karmic relationships? This is don't let the romantic terminology fool you. Karmic relationships are dysfunctional by definition. And this is why the relationship that I'm in is dysfunctional. And I've had the dreams, and I know like it's not the person, but it's a part of that person's spirit. And I'm seeing them on what I see to be those three people today. Okay. Say Cain. He killed his brother. Okay, because it was said that God chose Abel's I can't get the word out. I'll say Abel's gift to God. Okay. And it was the livestock, the sheep, as they call it, right? So the sheep would represent, to me, sheep would represent the people, taking care of the people. But with Cain, it was about the land. And God didn't accept Cain taking care of the land. That part of, like you have the Mother Earth, Father Sky, but you also have Father Earth and Father Sky, or Mother Earth and Mother Sky. Okay, because God was both masculine and feminine, and just divided into a separate being to experience it. Some people don't get this, and that's totally fine. And I know that, somebody that I'm karmically connected with doesn't want this to come out or be talked about because it's saying, you really need to talk instead of treating that person like a piece of shit. When you're looking at it's like, okay, they said Adam had two wives. Was there two wives or was there three wives? Okay, but there was two wives, as I said, Lilith and Eve. okay? These Lilith and Eve, half sisters, okay? Was Lilith the twin to Cain? I'm asking these questions, okay? Because it's that part of asking the questions. Because neither child should have been picked over the other, because it's all important. The people are important, and the land is important, and it works together. Okay, so I know, like I said, other people, and it's just a struggle, and then there's no communication, and one feels like they have to shut down because anytime one person tries to communicate, the other one just hollers at them like they're a problem. Well, how do you expect to resolve things if you just want to like freaking ignore it? It's not about ignoring it. It's not about just saying, well, get over it, because it's that part of, you didn't get over anything either. And that's why we're going through this struggle. Last night, like when I was like realizing it and I found this, I was like, I really wanted to like rip my karmic one a whole new arsehole, because it was like two marriages and neither of them worked out because they both had traumas. But in order to have a healthy relationship, you have to move past the trauma. It's not about saying, well, we have a lot in common. We have trauma in common, and it's interfering with the relationships. My karmic relationship, like I'm not in a romantic relationship with them, but I do feel like they are. It's like sometimes I feel like they're my parent, or they're my sibling, or they're my child. And that's how I feel a lot of the time. And that's why when I look at certain people, I see that person within them, because I know that that is my karmic. It's like they say a karmic, well, not a debt per se, as it's a karmic thing that it's causing a lot of havoc within yourself and within the other person and within the people around you. Because I come on here like an angry person sometimes. What I went through, I don't hold it against my family or the people that have affected me, because I know what the karmic aspect of it is. It's the part of, people have the trauma, but they don't want to talk about it. And when they do go to somebody to talk about, you're given a pill. People they get so angry because their feelings, they want their feelings validated, because they're valid feelings, and everybody has valid feelings. But we're told to suppress them. It's not healthy to suppress your feelings. So when you try talking to somebody about something, and you like, or that person tries talking to you and you shut them down, you're only causing both yourself and that other person more pain and suffering, because there's something that happened that you don't want to say. It's that part of, my karmic person said that I lied by omission, but they lie by omission all the time. So it's that hypocritical part, but it's a contradiction of itself. And it's like, why is it okay for you to do something, but it's not okay for me to do it or react that way? So that's why I said it's like it's a role reversal. You're experiencing what those people experienced through you. This is what it says. And it's true. You turn on the radio and it's like music speaks to you. Turn on the radio and chances are you'll hear a song about a relationship that transcends time. I mean, it takes you back to previous experiences, the good and the bad and the ugly parts of it. This is what my channel is about. It's about looking at the stuff and seeing the stuff that we don't want to see. We want to keep covering it up. It's like taking and sweeping everything under the rug until you can't sweep it under the rug anymore. And it under the rug, it just implodes all over the place. So you have a whole lot of mess. And then you're left trying to sort through it and clean it up. A love that's written in the stars. The part where they say for better or for worse. But it's not part of when are we going to get over the worst and talk about the worst and work through the worst to get to the better. In 1999, which I find really strange because in 99, that's she's writing about 1999. I find it strange because in 99, that was when I used the Ouija board. And that's when I started experiencing things. And then a year later, actually, it wasn't even a year later because it happened in, well, it happened in May, but then in July, I had the exorcism around about July 7th. I had the exorcism. And then that following March in 2020, in 19, or sorry, no, it was in 2000. In March 2000, it was Friday the 13th, I met my karmic, and they had just gotten out of a previous toxic relationship. And I was going through a custody battle. And he too was going through a custody thing with his previous relationship. See, they think I'm trying to throw shade on them, but it's that part, no, I'm not. I didn't come here to be somebody's verbal, physical, emotional, or spiritual punching bag. None of us did. We came here, some of us came here taking on someone else's karma. But it's a part of, are we taking on someone else's karma? Or is it that part that we perceive to be our ancestral line's karma? And we are a part of that person. In 1999, Savage Garden vocalist Baron Hayes sang, "I knew I loved you before I met you." In 2011, Christina Perri declared, "I have loved you for 1,000 years." I sing that song. I like that song. And it's like, I've loved you for 1,000 years. I love you I'll love you for 1,000 more. And in 2021, I had, yeah, 2021, I had an experience. Have you ever watched the movie the Twilight series, Twilight movies? Well, it was like it was like I was reenacting that movie by the way I reacted. Okay, so it's that part, seeing what it is. Okay, in 2020, Taylor Swift mused, all along there was some invisible string tying you to me. It's like the umbilical cord, cutting the cords. People say cutting the cords. It's not about cutting the cords. It's about resolving what it is. Okay, because that cutting the cord to me represents the mother child because you're connected to the mother through the umbilical cord, through the umbilical, through the belly button. And what is around the belly button? The sacral chakra, right up there, right? Where the baby, right? Love songs like these have primed us to connect with the concept of karmic relationships, which, like the related concept of twin flames, it could even be twins because twins are connected into the womb. Both twins are connected to the mother through the umbilical cords. And then that connection is cut and severed. But it's a part of working through it because I'll use Once Upon a Time. I use that as as kind of a guideline or what have you, because in it had Rumpelstiltskin. Okay, his mother gave birth to him, and fairies told her that Rumpelstiltskin was the savior. That a certain person with a certain marking was going to go up against him. So she went looking. Think of in Jesus' time, how many children, like they said, children were killed from the age of newborn to the age of 2. Children were killed because of looking for that savior, okay? Or looking for that one that was going to destroy her child. Rumpelstiltskin. She wanted to save her child. So what did she do? She became dark. And that's where she became the Black Fairy. And they cast her out because she realized that she was the one that was going to be going up against her son. And what did she do? Well, they had the magical scissors, the divine cord, which is the umbilical cord. She cut that divine cord from her child and she got cast away and she kept kidnapping children. And then Rumpel's father became Peter Pan and Rumpel became the dark one. And then Rumpel fell in love with Belle. They call it Beauty and the Beast. And they had a lot of turmoil between them. He was her master, but all he did was friggin' hurt her, but she loved him. It's that part of, you don't know what you had until it's gone, and the part where you don't know what you had until it's gone, it's because you didn't respect what you had in the first place, and you didn't appreciate it when it was good, because it's one wanting to be superior over the other, when they're actually supposed to be a communication of doing it together, create life together. I told my karmic that, I'm glad I didn't have children with them, because if this is the way the relationship is going, well, then we would be bringing another child or children into a relationship where it was toxic. So how would that be any better than the relationships that we had already left? It wouldn't be that I wouldn't per se want to have a family, wouldn't have wanted to have a family with the person, just not that way. That's why I said I would like the way things are, because it's that constant back and forth, and then the children are put in the middle of it. And that's what it was like with Uranus and Gaia. And it was on both aspects of whatever plane that you perceive or look at, because it happened on each parallel world, each plane. Multiverse is real. We're finding that out. Timelines that, like, time is not real, but it feels like we keep shifting in time, because it's that hamster wheel of going forward, going back, going forward, going back. And that's when a karmic relationship, that's the back and forth. You're moving forward, but then you fall back because you keep repeating the same patterns that you never wanted to look at in the first place. I don't thrive off of drama. It pisses me off, and I want to run from it. I don't want to be around it. But it's that part, if you like when you reflected on me, it's that part of, until that part of the karmic relationship realizes that, this got to stop. If you want somebody who wants to fight with you all the time, go find that person that likes to fight. Go find that person that likes to be just constantly miserable and grumpy all the time. I want to experience life. And so does many others want to experience life. But until we realize that the karmic is the part of the communicating with whoever it is that you're in that karmic relationship. Maybe my instructor was a part of my karmic and I spoke up and she didn't like it. She tried to reflect it back on me, which it was not mine to wear. Because, you could say that, you humiliated me. It's like, well, it's that part of look at what you did to me. And I was pretty polite about it. I got up and left before I said more than what I wanted. It's that part of, some people they want you to go away from each other, but or from certain people. But it's no. It's that part of, these two people or these people have something to sort out. You should be actually encouraging them to talk through it. My my karmic relationship said that, you go to a therapist, they just try to divide the people. Well, if you think they're trying to divide the people and you think that conversation is what needs to be happening, then why are you ignoring the conversation? Why are you ignoring that communication to get through it? Maybe you're not meant to be with that person per se, as you are there to help them so that they can move forward from their trauma so that they don't take it into another relationship. Love songs like Twin Flames is having a moment. Okay. Love songs like these have primed us to connect with the concept of karmic relationships, which, like the related concept of twin flames, is having a moment right now. It sounds deeply romantic in theory, but what do karmic relationships look like in practice? Are these relationships healthy? No, because we're there to teach you something. It's your relationship that you need to work through, not putting the burden on somebody else because you don't want to work through it and you don't want to communicate. That's the vicious circle. That's where the physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual abuse comes in. And that's why you see so many people that are kicking the shit out of each other. We asked registered psychotherapist Natasha Duke, MARP. Okay, well, I can tell you that like everything, it's on a spirit to spirit level. It's that previous, what we perceive to be reincarnation, but it's that continuous hamster wheel. It's like round and round in circles. So your mind goes round and round in circles, and it's going so fast that it doesn't give itself time to just sit with something and communicate what it is that you're feeling or experiencing. I go to a therapist and I just get freaking irritated because they don't get it. And I'm not saying it's not normal. I'm saying those are the experiences that I had. It's that part of, are you actually hearing your patient? When I speak with people, I relate with them so that I can find out what it is that's causing them the grief, causing them the pain, causing them the repeated karmic circles so that they can see it for themselves. It's that part of, bringing, like people want to see it. But in order to do that, you have to look in here and then bring it up so you can see and understand what it is that you're experiencing and why you keep experiencing it repeatedly. What is a karmic relationship? Defining a karmic relationship is tough. It's not a clinical term with specific signs or symptoms, and both karmic and reincarnation are deeply tied to religious beliefs. Right? People say, well, religious belief, that's taboo. You can't have a religious belief. Well, spirituality is the ultimate form because it's everything and all things. Karma is a principle of casualty, ethics, and in some cases, rebirth that originated in Hinduism. Karma also plays a defining role in Buddhism and Jainism. I know I said that right. Okay, thank you. But the concept has also been popularized, and secularized in the Western world over time. Many people now use the word karma to describe the idea that you reap what you sow. What you put out is what you get back. It's part of do unto others as you want others to do unto you. That our actions have consequences. Well, they eventually, whether in this life or the next. So finding, I'm going to use this because everybody, like people say in religious terms, finding like the kingdom of God. Well, finding the kingdom of God is releasing that karma because you're working through it. You're overcoming it. You're not continuing to pass it on. Even to yourself. Because when you don't work through the karma, then you repeat that karma again until you realize that's why it's like, you can't go in to a confession and say, forgive me, forgive me. It's that part of, are you learning what it is that you're asking for forgiveness for, or are you just continuously repeating it over and over again? Most people who believe in the idea of karmic relationships describe them this way. A karmic relationship is a connection forged over multiple lifetimes. So it's that part of, even look at it as formed over lifetimes, look at it as formed over relationships if you don't believe in reincarnation. These potentially natural, fraternal naturally, I can't pronounce that word, Preternaturally, okay? Intense and volatile. Yes, it is very volatile. I spoke to others who they described their relationships to me, and it was very volatile, but it keeps you going back because there's something that's not being like communicated. So whether you're repeating it with that person, or you're repeating it with a new partner, or a new work relationship, or your siblings, or your family members, or what have you, over and over again. Partnerships have an almost addictive quality. It's like an addiction to trauma, because you keep traumatizing each other over and over again when you're trying to get over the original trauma, but because you're not communicating, you're just saying, like, we have this in common, we have that in common. Yeah. But we also keep reliving it through one another because we're not communicating so that we can work through it together. I've worked through mine, but I know that when it comes out, there's parts of the ones that are connected on an energetic spirit level are still working through it themselves. And it's not part of the communication. It's not always that going and seeing a therapist or what have you. It's about communicating with that individual or individuals and everybody just sitting down and actually hearing each other and acknowledging each other's feelings. They're bared for both you, but the bond is so strong that leaving feelings almost impossible. In theory, karmic relationships teach us lessons, help us attune for mistakes, or felicitate personal growth. Not every person who uses the phrase karmic relationships necessarily believes in karma or reincarnation, but they likely do see their love lives as spiritually guided in one way or another. Because, like I said, everything is on a spirit to spirit level, and the spirit is the heart. That's how people who believe in karmic relationships describe them. But how do mental health providers see it? I never went to university, and I'm not a healthcare worker or anything, but I see it as spirit to spirit, as heart to heart. It's about needing that mediator, the one that is able to help you see both sides or all sides of the relationship. I think that in the psychology world, we would talk about these situations as dysfunctional or unhealthy relationships. Duke says the closest equivalent she can think of is a pop psychology term that's slowly gaining ground in clinical spaces, trauma bonding. I did a video where I was talking about exorcisms. Okay, I'm here to exercise your trauma. They call it, some call it demons. You become addicted to trauma unknowingly. You want away from it, but it's not part of, it's all you know, and you feed off of one another's trauma instead of seeing the bigger picture of why you're placed together. Karmic relationships are connections that are very quick to start and then fall into a pattern. Duke explains it does. It's, they say about the romance period. 3 months, they say about a romance period. And then the traumas come to life. One doesn't understand because, but there's so many similarities that it's like you're that person because it's a spirit to spirit. It's yours, but at the same time, it's not yours because it's different versions of it, because it's coming from different lifetimes or different relationships. It's brought into the next. Like if you have a financial debt, it's brought into that relationship. So it creates a strain on that relationship. It's a a financial debt is like a karmic debt, and we bring it in to a new relationship, and it creates more. It's a cycle where you argue, you make up, and then it gets very passionate and intense again until the next intense argument. Somebody who treats me like a piece of shit, I don't want a hug from them. I don't want a kiss from them. I don't want that roller coaster. I want the healing. I want the healed version of myself. And I want to see the healed version of others. And I know there are people that, it's up to that person whether or not they want to heal. But it's not about holding somebody else back from their healing because you don't want to do the work or communicate to heal, or you like the addiction to it because it's that rush. But what about the ones that don't want to participate? So it's high highs and low lows, which is never really good for anybody. That's the roller coaster. And then you get the roller coaster up and down and then swivel and up and down and swivel. So it's like, holy shit, man. No wonder people say, when are you going to let me out? Like, when are you going to let me off this fucking ride? When are you going to work through that trauma? When are you going to heal your heart or allow your heart to heal? Because you're hurting your inner child. Duke isn't surprised that this way of understanding relationships is gaining steam right now. There's a trauma bonding, and it's spirit to spirit. It's two hearts experiencing each other, and it's causing more pain and suffering because you're causing it again and again and again. With the COVID-19 pandemic, there's been so much loneliness, anxiety, depression, and hardship. Shitflex. There's also been a lot of violence, physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual violence because it's an attack on your spirit. That's what they say. It's a spiritual war. It's an attack on your home. Sometimes when people have insecure attachment styles or there's attachment difficulties due to childhood trauma or past unhealthy relationships, these ways of thinking can draw you back into relationships that are unhealthy or abusive. These are things that I've already talked about in different videos, and I've used myself as an example because I have no problem with it. My heart is on my sleeve. My heart is online. It's there for everyone to see the good, the bad, and the ugly. Sure, it's possible to fall in love at first sight, but that sudden rush of emotion can also be a trauma response. You see that part of you in that person. And trauma has been particularly abundant since 2019. Stages of karmic relationships. If you search for information on karmic relationships, you'll probably read that they unfold in 3, 4, or even 10 steps. Duke isn't a fan of that framing. This psychologist isn't a fan of the framing. And it's that part of I don't have a degree or anything, but I have experience and I have the feelings that I've received from others. And it's not to throw shame on them, it's to say I see. One of the things that we know in the psychological community is that stages are often non existent, she continues, because our lives and relationships aren't really linear or neat in that way, because time is not linear. She points to the 5 stages of grief as an example. Created in 1969, Elizabeth Kolber Ross model claimed grieving is a process, that to grieve a loss, you have to move through a series of reactions to your loss: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and eventually acceptance. But now we realize that grief can be all over the place, and it can. You can feel fine one minute, and then the next minute it's like, what's just happened? And then when you try to communicate with someone and your feelings are not acknowledged or they're blown off, it creates more pain and trauma for that person you're doing it. We all react differently to things. It's about having understanding for how each other reacts differently and acknowledging someone else's emotions and feelings instead of like gaslighting them and feeling them even more because you don't know how to feel your own or you were taught not to. There's no order of our feelings, Duke explains. I think it's the same for everything, including relationships. We're not all the same. So we're not going to go through things in the same way. And she's quick to note that if you were to construct a model for understanding dysfunctional or abusive relationships, I'd it'd probably be circular or cyclical. Cyclical, not linear. And I was going to say it's circular. Like instead of trying to figure out what stage your karmic relationship is in, Duke urges you to think about why that question matters to you and what you're hoping to learn as a result. Here are some questions she recommends you to consider. How are you feeling about your relationship? Do you want to be at the end of it or the beginning? Are you trying to determine how long your relationship will last? If so, why? What purpose does knowing what stage you're in serve? Because it can disappoint you because you feel you're not where you need to be or where you should. And it does become frustrating. It's that part of I was told don't be around, but it was never me being around. It was me trying to address it. The part of addressing the elephant in the room. You always have sometimes the one that wants to address things and then the one that wants to run. But they'll blame the one that wants to the one that runs blames the one that wants to address it. Signs you may be in a karmic relationship. There's no diagnostic manual you can follow to determine if you're in a karmic relationship because the concept is spiritual. So even this person is saying the same thing I'm saying. Spirit to spirit, heart to heart. And this is somebody with a psychology degree. Not clinical. And as suggested, the most useful question you can ask yourself isn't, am I in a karmic relationship? It's, why am I asking this question? And what am I hoping to hear in response? Instead of looking for signs of a karmic relationship, Duke recommends assessing the overall health of your partnership. She writes, I personally believe it's important to look for balance. And I say about balance, working with your masculine feminine. And no matter what type of relationship you're in, there's always one that is in their masculine or feminine, or one that's balanced when they can see all sides to the relationship. Balance both in a relationship and balance in your thinking, she states. When you're thinking in Bishop Moni's DICHOTONIES, thinking in an all or nothing, overly positive or overly negative way, that's probably not healthy. same goes for relationships. Really high highs and really low lows aren't a great sign. See, that's why my channel is spirit to spirit, because I talk to hearts. I talk to those parts of your spirit. It's not a person per se or one individual that I'm talking to. It's all those parts of them. Duke isn't saying that relationships should be free of conflict. Conflict is a necessary and healthy part of close relationships. But in a healthy, functional relationships, partners respect each other's feelings and boundaries. My feelings are never respected and hollered at, and a lot of people get that. So when my karmic relationship tries to set boundaries, it's you don't listen to my boundaries. You don't acknowledge my feelings. I sit and listen. You might think that you bring stuff on here. Do I? Or is it that I'm bringing stuff on here of what I'm experiencing from my karmic relationship? When they disagree, they do so in a way that doesn't foster resentment or leave either person questioning their self worth. I'm always questioning my self worth, or I used to. But I'm here to encourage people to see their self, to see that they are not their trauma, that they can get past it. They just need to release it. And the way of releasing it is allowing it to come in, not hiding it from the people that you say you love. You say like, "Oh, we got so much in common." No, what? Because we have trauma in common. I don't want to have trauma in common with someone. I want to have healing. I want to have the same enjoyments. I don't want to sit in a house all the time and feel sorry for myself, or sit in front of a screen and bitch about all this, like the screens and what it does to people. But yet you sit on it. I observe people on TikTok, and like I said, I rarely watch TV. And when I do, I get something from it because I look at it through different perspectives. I look at it. What is it telling me? What is it trying to show me? What is it explaining to me? People who watch violent movies, it's because they have violence within themselves. They have anger within themselves, and it gives them a form of relief because it validates how they feel within themselves. And while occasional moments of Europeria, Europe, Europe, Horia. You said I was good at reading yourself. They feel great. Healthy relationships often have fewer peaks too. It's volatile. Toxic relationships become volatile. Abusive relationships happen when one partner, or in the case of mutually abusive relationships, each partner asserts power and control over the other. That's what I said. The part of the superior. One wants to be superior over the other. Trauma bonding is a common consequence. Even though the behavior is abusive, it becomes comfortable. Hmm. It establishes a kind of bond, explains. Trauma bonding is especially common in someone if someone has a history of being abused. The unhealthy bond is so familiar, it's actually mistaken for love. Now, my karmic relationship, back in the beginning of the relationship, I wanted to like I wanted to know if this person was going to be abusive to me because I had experienced different forms of abuse. And I wanted to know if they were going to be the same way. And, oh yeah, they're worse. But I know that in their previous marriage, there was physical abuse there. There was a lot of emotional, mental, and physical abuse. But this part of my karmic relationship, I won't admit to that because I know that my karmic relationship is doing the same to me as they did in their first relationship because they see you to be a victim. That was like when I bring that up of knowing that like there was physical abuse there, whether it was one or the other or both of them. That unhealthy bond is so familiar, it's actually mistaken for love. In those situations, labeling a relationship karmic can do serious harm. Concepts like karma destiny, fate, and reincarnation can be a source of strength and spiritual fulfillment, but they can also be used to justify unacceptable behavior. And I don't, violence should never be physical, mental, or emotional violence or spiritual violence, because spiritual violence is holding someone's beliefs on them and beliefs because you don't understand them or you don't agree with them. So you throw shade. Justifying unacceptable justifying unacceptable behavior. I must have done something to deserve this treatment. No. stay in toxic situations. The relationship will end when it's meant to. Isolate from other people. They just don't understand. In a relationship like this, one or the other will isolate the person. They'll do whatever they can to keep other people away because they want to keep that one person isolated. And then in some cases, they'll go and they'll lie about the person. Maintain codependency. I'm nothing without you. It's a part of you are always something with or without. Avoid seeking professional help. I always sought out help. Sometimes it was more detrimental to me, but it's a part of finding the right person who actually wants to help you work through it. Looking for lessons in common is common and psychologically can be really helpful, he says. Looking for growth or on a bright side can lessen the pain when we're going through something hard. But does that growth mean that we should then stay in a relationship that's harmful to us? But I've had people tell me, just stay there, just stay downstairs. That in itself is abuse because you're telling that person to remain in an abusive relationship. But does that growth mean that, oh, something really like that, I feel that. You come in, did you? No. And we shouldn't seek out unhealthy bonds for the sake of personal growth. I was seeking out something myself. The connection to twin flames. The idea of karmic relationships often gets tied to the New Age spiritualist concept of twin flames, popularized by Elizabeth Clare Prophet in 1999. Working through karmic relationship prepares you to meet your twin flame, your other half, basically. Remember I said that in the beginning there was a separation from self, separated from masculine and feminine, and it's a part of finding your. We're looking for our other half, that other part of us. Well, this idea isn't new. Its dark side has been in the media a lot recently because certain self proclaimed spiritual leaders allegedly employed these kinds of concepts to establish cult like followings and exploit vulnerable. When I help people, I don't look for, and what I bring forward, it's not cold, it's hard. It's experience, feeling in yourself, not saying go into different forms of rituals or anything like that. I have crystals. And I have different books to understand it, but I've never really read any of them because Spirit teaches me, God teaches me, Creator, Source teaches me through feeling. The concept of karmic relationships and twin flames can be a healthy part of your love life, but only if they're certain. There isn't any harm in believing in karmic relationships, soulmates, past lives, or twin flames, due to clarifies. The harm comes if those ideas convince you to get into or stay in situations that aren't benefiting you or prevent you from building new, more meaningful connections. I've moved on from him, but he hasn't moved on. Healthy relationships teach us more than unhealthy ones. Yes, trauma can be a teacher. And yes, we can emerge from toxic relationships in a better place. But the emerging part is critical. Romanticizing an unhealthy or abusive relationship can have devastating consequences. If you believe you're in a chronic relationship, ask yourself why and think deeply about what needs to change to move past it. See, I've left, but he keeps coming, and he'll use it's like different forms of him in that spirit aspect of it comes in. And I know it's to show me things. And I know it's parts of controlling things. He's up there talking about me. If you believe you're in a karmic relationship, ask yourself, oh, sorry, move past it. But if you believe you're in a karmic relationship, ask yourself why, and think deeply about what needs to change to move past it. If you feel trapped in a relationship, seek support from friends, family, or a mental health provider. I sought all the above, and I got told to just go back. So it's that part, whether I got told to go back or not, I still didn't tell somebody else to go back. If you're being abused in any way, visit the National Domestic Violence Hotline website to learn about the different community organizations and resources that can help you. When I was in one of my relationships, I left and I went to a shelter for the abused. And I know that men experience abuse too. And when I was there, like we were having a meeting, and I asked about where are the places for men to go who are being abused. And when I said that, looks kill, I'd be dead. But it was that part I was seeing things on both sides. And I was told that well, most men don't come forward. It's the way they reacted is the exact reason why men don't come forward. Because men are more apt to feel shame about being abused by a woman, or if they're in a relationship with another man. And the same goes for women. It could be in a relationship, man or a woman. It's that safe place. But it's not about bashing one or the other because it happens to both. Whether you believe in a karmic relationship or not, Duke wants you to remember that we learn from every relationship we have, good or bad. Something that we liked about it, or there was something that caused us pain and we didn't like it. Caused us happiness, caused us pain, caused us. It's oftentimes the healthiest relationship that help us find our truest self. Because when we're in them, we're not only responding to words. It's like when you try to express your feelings and they go in and you just forget, take it, just dig it, dig it, dig it. It's like, you're lucky I don't hold this hand that you're digging back with and just because you feel like they deserve it. But violence creates violence. See, he keeps me feeling angry towards my family because he keeps digging in those wounds. Because if in a karmic relationship, they can keep you separate from your loved ones, then they will do it. But I'm not here to go over and take it. I'm going to suck his weight back with him first until he releases. he's in this karmic relationship, he's the one who doesn't hit me, but he has threatened to kill me. He has threatened to bury me. And I've expressed this to many people. So when people express that, when if something happens to that person because they're expressing it, that's when you really need to look at it. It's not to make you feel shame or anything. It's not part of, just because somebody's nice in front of you doesn't mean you know what's going on behind closed doors. You're just being manipulated by people. Or maybe within yourself. So be sure you're advocating for your highest and best every day, because destiny won't do it. You are your change. You are the creator of your own destiny. And how you get there is your choice. I just heard, what does it say about twin flames? Shit. What are twin flame relationships, and are they healthy? This spiritual way of understanding a connection can be affirming and uplifting, but it can also enable abuse. Because I've had people think that, like they thought they were in a twin flame relationship. I've told people that when I've talked to them, like, I'm not your, like, like, don't fall for me. I'm not your twin flame. Your true person is out there, and they will be much like you, and not in a trauma response way. They'll like the same things. They'll enjoy the same things you enjoy. Food in common, beliefs. The families will be much similar. And my karmic line, the family. No similarities, really, except, the way they would be with him or mine would be with me. But he's getting a better relationship. I always encouraged him to have a relationship with his son. I've even encouraged him to go and sit down with his first wife and talk with her about what his part was in the relationship. The spiritual concept of twin flames is a hot topic these days for all the wrong reasons. The idea is a dreaming one. Your other half, your soul mirror, is out there searching, finding and elevating your consciousness is all a matter of finding your one special person, Right. How romantic. His, his mother adored me. She seen part of me, and every so often it's like, please help me. No, I'm not here to be in a relationship with him, but I am here to give him that swift kick up the ass so he'll be honest with himself. I'm not his twin. I'm not his love relationship. I tell him sometimes, I swear you're my father, or you're my child, or you're my brother. A couple times I even told him, I swear you're my father. You act just like a brother, would you pick on me? The part do, piss me off enough, I'd fucking knock you on your ass. I don't want to fight. I know that when I'm ready to be in a relationship, I will be in a healthy one because my person will be healed from their own trauma. Recent stories of exploitation, exploitation, concern, and abuse for protection under the guise of twin flame unification are disrupting enough that you might question whether it's healthy to think about relationships in this way. To me, like twin flames is you have purple flame and you have the purple flame is like the crown. The blue flame, depending on what blue flame you're looking at, it could be the throat, chakra, or the third eye. Disrupting enough that you might question whether it's either healthy to think about relationships this way. You can't answer that question. But registered psychologist Natasha Duke says it's also important to approach significant relationships with intention and awareness. Awareness of your own feelings and awareness of your surroundings, which is spirit awareness. 144 on the timer. It's always important to approach it with awareness. She offers as a prime on the concept of twin flame relationships and explains how people who are on that journey can maintain perspective and stay safe. I used to watch this young woman. She would say about the guy that she was with, the twin flames. It's my twin flame. Saying it's my twin flame. But they split up, and 3 months later, roughly 3 months later, she married another man. It's not to throw shade on her or anything like that. is a twin flame? Twin flames is a modern concept. New Age spiritualist Elizabeth Clare Crawford coined that term in 1999 as part of a larger cosmology. Here are the basics. In the beginning, we were a soul, a high power split that soul into. Think of in the mother's womb the egg. Okay, you have the twins. What happens? It splits the egg in the middle. As each person, each half of that single soul makes its way through life, it experiences karmic relationships. That's why we say, like they say, there's a double. You have a double uh, doppelganger. You come in pairs. So it's that part of, I personally believe that certain things are, it's like it's wiped from my life. You come in pairs. And if you're a man, you're masculine, you're feminine is there too. If you're a feminine, you're masculine is there too. And it's like birth at the same time. As each person, as each person, half of the single soul makes its way through life, it experiences karmic relationships. Those relationships teach you powerful lessons. Resolve unfinished business and prepare your soul for reunification. Coming back. Eventually, with destiny's help, you meet your twin flame, the person with whom you share your soul. I don't know if I can share that experience. It was really strange, something I never experienced. Eventually, with destiny's help, you meet your twin flame, the person with whom you shared your soul. A twin flame can be a romantic or sexual partner, a friend you have, a platonic relationship with, a person you've only met a few times who may or may not be aware of you, somebody you've never met in person, a family member. According to twin flame philosophy, once you and your twin flame find each other, you'll work, possibly over lifetimes, to achieve unification. A challenging and sometimes powerful process that requires healing and spiritual growth. So sometimes you may meet them, but then you get separated because you're not ready and you have a lot of work to do. See, yeah, I know I'm stopped it. The two of you rise and repeat, potentially across multiple lifetimes, until your soul evolution is complete. And I feel like right now, before myself and my karmic relationship meets our parts of our soul, we're going through the healing process. And so are they. From there, you and your twin flame decide whether to separate. Regardless, your bond is permanent, and everything you've learned prepares you to meet a soulmate or mates. Say geese and ducks, like certain animals mate for life. But it's a healed meaning, true love. Soulmates are separate souls with whom you share a unique and harmonious connection. Are twin flames real? There's no scientific evidence supporting the existence of twin flames. It's a spiritual concept that doesn't have a clinical or psychological equivalent. And having a twin flame means something a little different from person to person. It's like, as I say, it's not about the person to person, it's about the spirit to spirit, the heart to heart. For example, some believers argue only a select few even have twin flames, while others claim we're all somebody's mirror, whether we know it or not. Yes. Some people talk about twin flames in a really positive way, Duke explains. Others talk about the concept as a mask for narcissistic and abusive relationships. That would be more so the part of yourself. When you come in unity with your partner, you work for each other, you protect them, you help to heal them, you don't siphon each other. It becomes that even exchange. It's like when if you meditate, what happens is you become and you feel like you're air. How would Duke react if you told her you're on a twin flame journey? She writes, I would see that as a flashing yellow light. She replies, I would want to know how that person is using the term twin flame and what it means to them. Whatever it means, the chances are good the relationship is fertile. And that's true even if the relationship isn't platonic or one sided. It's that part of it's how you look at it, same as a karmic relationship. Because some people thought I was a twin flame, but it was very toxic. But that was more of a karmic thing. Because when you find your person, it's not going to be like pushing. It's going to be that more so of a love and understanding connection, not one trying to be superior over the other. They want to see each other. I would whether it's positive or negative. The term twin flames describes a really intense connection, it explains. You're on a roller coaster ride that can be fun, but may not be suitable for long term. See, I don't look at things as twin flames, because to me, twin flames is fire and fire. They don't help one another. They just keep igniting and firing up. I see it as spirit to spirit. It's not a push and pull. And I've walked with people, like I observe it. It's always one person walking in front of the other. And that goes on with me and my ex-husband when we walk together. It's either him ahead of me or me ahead of him. It's that part, you're trying to hold one person back when you're trying to get ahead. And I try sometimes to walk beside him because I don't want him pulling me and I don't want to be pulling him. It's that part of working through it together, coming through it together. And like I said, it doesn't mean that I'm saying that he's my person because holy crap, sometimes I feel like we just want to kill each other. It's very toxic. Signs you found your true twin flame. Keep in mind this is the perspective of someone else because everybody looks at things and perceives things. Signs you found your twin flame. Commonly agreed upon characteristics of twin flame relationship include an instant connection. Meeting your twin flame may feel like love at first sight, like you've known each other forever, or like you're meeting yourself for the first time. In many cases, they will look a lot like you. And as it said, it could be a family member. And I said that a long time ago, that it could even be a family member. Similarities and complementary traits. Twin flames fit together like puzzle pieces, match each other in many ways, and where you're different, you balance each other out. So it's that part of, we're saying more of spirit to spirit, heart to heart. But in another sense, she's saying it's toxic, but it's saying that it's balancing you out, and they're saying that you need the balance. So I will say it in many ways, she's contradicting herself. This is not what I'm saying. An irreversible attraction, irresistible attraction, even platonic twin flame relationships have an obsessive, addictive quality. Your desire to be together borders on completion, compulsion. Passion, intensity is the name of the game in twin flame relationships. The highs and the highs are highs and the lows are lows. Low. You're never bored, but you're never fully comfortable either. And that's what she's doing. She's contradicting because where she's saying about karmic, it's the same idea. Like it's that part of, you know, she said that in any relationship, it's healthy to have conflict. It can be obsessive because you don't want the person being with anyone else. I went and had coffee, or I went the other day to get coffee, and my ex-husband was in the car, and I went in, and there's a guy ahead of me, and we start talking. He bought me a coffee, and I went out to the car, and I kind of laughed. I said, "Oh, I got a free coffee." He said, "Yeah." He said, "I see." He said, the guy was almost trying to jump right on you. It's like, dude, it's not. You get jealous because, like, you know, someone bought me a coffee, but you go and you spend like you cater to other people and treat them like shit, and you have the audacity to say something to me because a man bought me a coffee. Come on, it's that part of grow up, man. Spirit's spirit, and it's all versions of the spirit because that's the jealousy. And I'm not in a relationship with you. I was actually like, man, you can't even ask other women. I was telling them, I think you're his friend. I think you're his person. I was literally trying to give him away, but I want him to be with somebody who's not going to use him. So I said, no, I'm not. You're not using me. You have no fucking idea. You're only going by what he says. And it's that part, you know, that's just, there's no side to the story. Passion. Intensity is the name of the game in relationship. This is her opinion. Inner conflict in your twin flame pulse. You see that both attracts and repels you, triggering insecurities and reopening emotional wounds you thought you healed. You know, I'll agree that's what we'll do right now, but that's much the same as karma. We showed you what you want to heal. They want to show you, but you know, they don't want to look at what they haven't healed. Boomerang. So to me, twin flame karmic relationships are the same. But I don't say I'm on here, that I'm on here for my twin flame. Like, I feel like I'm on here to help bring the sun home. Boomerang twin flame relationships having off and on folded. Perhaps you were best friends in school and reconnected decades later. Maybe it's a situationship where the level of commitment waxes and waxes and wanes. For whatever reason, the partnership fluctuates. But it said in another sentence, you said that it balances it out. Feeling the fates interfering. Twin flame relationships also feel like they're driven by a higher power. You haven't seen your twin flame for years. When you finally do bump into each other, it's a beach halfway around the world. You never thought your twin flame relationship was anything serious. But now that it's over, dream about your wedding several times a week. Inspiration. Your twin flame makes you want to be better, to live a more meaningful life. They may also get you thinking creatively about ways to be of service to others or live your values. My service to others is bringing something to the world that will benefit everyone as a whole. I was even shocked when I was told about anything to do with money because I just wanted it out there. If you're checking boxes in your head, remember that New Age spiritualism puts a lot of stock in intuition. It's like everyone should be using their intuition. It's like a contradictory in itself. I'll be honest, it sounds like my ex-husband back and forth. So take this and any other relationship checklist with a grain of salt. If your twin flame union is designed to happen, you won't miss it. There can be ones that you feel maybe your twin flame, but they're not. When you find your twin flame, it will be much bigger than you can. It won't be minor. It'll be a feeling that you've never ever experienced and you don't know how to explain. If you're checked, okay, you miss it. Still not sure if you're dealing with a twin flame, Duke suggests asking yourself why the label matters to you. How would knowing you've met your twin flame change your behavior? I'm going through life just, you know, I'm not looking for anything. How would knowing you met your change your behavior and why? Are you looking for or trying to dodge an invitation to make changes in your life? Are you trying to excuse inexcusable behavior? Stages of twin flame relationships. Depending on who you ask, there are as few as 5 and as many as 12 stages in a twin flame relationship. we've broken it down into 8. Thinking in stages can be helpful when trying to make sense of something, but it's usually to simplificate or simplistic, simplistic, because human beings are messy. Messiness in mind. Here's the basic risk of twin flame journey. But when you go through all the healing process, what ends up happening is your mind is really no longer a mess because you don't have all that mind clutter. You see more clearly, as I explained many times. You know, the hair matches because most of the time I feel like I'm an airhead because I live in my heart space, and when I need to like use the mind aspect of it, then I use it. But other than that, it's no. And you know, when you're in your heart, it can hurt because you feel a lot. You feel others' pain. You feel others' feelings, whether it's towards you or somebody else. And that's why I say I look at things on spirit to spirit. That's why people see like it's a constant flip switch for me. That's where you can get the love bombing, or it seems like the love bombing, and people will say, well, it's kind of like narcissistic behavior. Well, that's just like that's another psychological term, but it's going through the process of healing, and it's those parts of the spirit trying to find its way home. The yearning stage, you feel but may not understand a void in your life. You may even sense that something important is on the horizon and start preparing emotionally and spiritually. Think of a hot air balloon. Before you can fly, before you can fly it, you turn on the propane, light the flame, and inflate the parachute. That's what you're doing in the yearning stage. The awakening stage. This is a aha moment when you meet and initially attract to your twin flame. You've cut the ropes and begin your ascent. The honeymoon stage. Like the honeymoon phase in other relationships, this is an epichord or a period of inflatulation and exploration. Your twin flame and your relationship seems perfect. You're riding high, unrealistically. That's, like I said, the honeymoon phase, the beginning of it, the first 3 months. The challenge stage, what goes up must come down. But every time you discover a new bad habit, a new personality flaw, or a sore spot, somebody shoots a toothpick arrow style into your pericute. Parachute. You aren't crashing, but the integrity of your relationship is com- compromised, compromised. The test stage, then it happens. Turbulence. You and your twin flame reveal each other's deepest fears, insecurities, and wounds, possibly triggering a full existential crisis. In response, one of you your gears up for an impromptu skydiving session that could look like heated arguments, but it could also look like stonewalling, ghosting, or the silent treatment. The runner, chaser stage. Hot air balloons don't love it when the weight of in the basket shifts suddenly. If you're the chaser, you're fighting to keep your twin flame in the basket so you can grow as people and rise with relationships to new heights. If you're the runner, you want to perceive your ego by jumping. This stage usually involves some kind of separation. The surrender stage. This stage is called surrender because the runner decides against jumping out of a hot air balloon that is your relationship. They instead surrender their ego, get vulnerable, commit to making repairs and finishing the journey with their twin flame. The union or dissolution stage. Congratulations. You and your twin flame are back on terra firma. Terra means Earth, Mother Earth. Kasi look at the guy and I'm looking at it, so now you have to decide if this is the end of your hot air balloon journey together or the beginning of a new one. Whatever you decide, your spiritual bond continues. So if it doesn't work out as a relationship, you become best friends. That's roughly how believers break down the twin flame journey. Now that you have a handle on the narrative's arc, it's time to ask what the stages mean to you. What does it matter what stage you're in? Are you hoping for or dreading a change? You may learn more about yourself, your twin flame, and your relationship by asking those questions than you will by looking for a sign that you are here in your journey. It's also important to remember that giving a behavior a name or stage doesn't justify it. One of the things you hear about a lot when you read about twin flame relationships are toxic behaviors called breadcrumbing and hovering. Duke explains. Person A isn't giving enough, but person B justifies it to itself as part of the runner tracer dynamic, or interprets person A doing the bare minimum of remembering an anniversary as a sign of growth. No matter where you are in a twin flame journey, you always deserve respect and kindness. Don't accept behavior from a twin flame that you wouldn't accept in normal pairing. Is having a twin flame beneficial? The same thing you could say about most relationship styles and spiritual beliefs apply to twin flames. Whether it's positive and healthy depends on the person and situation. For some people, these connections are a source of spiritual fulfillment. If you've gone through your life believing one soul is split between two people and yearning for your other half, I would imagine meeting that person would bring a sense of completion or wholeness. A positive, healthy relationship may also help you. Personally, it's that part of finding me. It's that part of, I feel like I am my own twin flame because I have to be happy with me. If you've gone through your life believing one soul is split between, embrace opportunities to grow. The connection and unconditional love between twin flames can be a safety net. Whether you're asking for a raise, starting treatment for substance use disorder, or moving abroad like you'd always dreamed, your twin flame will cheer you on. And that's why I know that I'm not with what I perceive. I'm cheering me. I'm with me, so I'm cheering me on. I'm not, it's the part, if you love someone, you cheer them on. I love me, so I'm cheering me on. I love others, so I'm cheering them on. If they don't see their own self, then that's not on me, that's on them. Work harder on the relationship. If you truly believe you found your person, that perceiving that relationship takes a greater importance. After all, you only have one twin flame. Be less fearful about relationships ending. Most people who believe in twin flame relationships also believe that while the connection is eternal, the relationship eventually ends. Knowing your bond for life may make a breakup or a painful parting easier to bear. Look out for lessons. If you believe your relationship has a specific purpose to learn, grow, and develop at a soul level, you may be more mindful and open to constructive criticism. That might make it easier to change behaviors and adjust thought patterns that no longer serve. Heal. Destiny plays a role in lots of world religions. Assers. It's so good, my day. Where's my cushion? It is so good. I got a bony butt. Heal. Destiny plays a role in lots of world religions. Many find comfort in believing bad things that happen to us are spiritual trials, or invitations to grow. Having faith in twin flames might help you make sense of and move on from a tragic or traumatic experience. Learn how to support other people's personal and spiritual growth. The ideal twin flame relationship is a journey of self-discovery and self-improvement. But it's also about encouraging your counterpart in their quest to achieve their potential. Having a twin flame may make you more empathic and teach you what unconditional love means in practical terms. Oh my gosh, just give me 1 second. My butt hurts, man. Oh my gosh. I need a comfy chair. Siguro po to dia. Okum. Dikasala. Sukuria. Oh, okay, put the feet up now. The drawbacks of believing in twin flames. Of course, the concept. This is like twin flames also has plenty of downsides. It's the part, you believe in yourself. Of course, okay. The way twin flame journeys get described, they can easily develop a narcissistic quality. It's important to keep an eye out for red flags, like possessiveness, social isolation, gaslighting, betrayal, and hostility. Experiencing that right now, going through it right now. He, my karmic could say he's experiencing it, but I'm not trying to gaslight. Do I feel like I'm in social isolation? Yeah, I do. Because it's like every time somebody comes around, it's like all of a sudden they're gone, and I'm left wondering what the fuck just happened. But then he'll tell me that, well, that's you. But it wasn't, because they told me that they couldn't be around him. One told me that they couldn't be around him because it reminded him of their ex-husband. And another one told me that they were like concerned, and he was always wearing these sunglasses. So I'm always left like, what the fuck just happened? The way twin flames, unhealthy relationships can happen no matter your belief system. But believing in twin flame connections may make you more vulnerable to certain toxic behaviors. In some cases, it opens you up to exploitation. Some people want a twin flame connection badly enough to give money and power to cult leaders and con artists. These are the kinds of situations you've seen in the news or documentaries. Recommended avoiding spiritual matchmakers and twin flame coaches. I'm not here to be a matchmaker, and I'm not here to like preach about twin flames. I'm here to help you find yourself. Dangerous, otherwise healthy relationships. If you're already in a relationship, the idealized picture of a twin flame union could make normal, healthy, and happy relationships seem bland by comparison. Truth is, healthy relationships aren't amazing all the time. Leads to risky or bad decisions. Thinking you found the one can be scary. There's so much to lose. Feeling a relationship is fate or predetermined may more faster, move faster than you're usually comfortable moving in a relationship or in life. Becomes an excuse for abusive behavior. Twin flame relationships are supposed to be challenging. Your relationship might be challenging because you're being manipulated. Duh. Not being rude about that, but they're trying. Some argue that real twin flame relationships are never abusive. Others note that the stages of twin flame relationships are eerily similar to the cycle of abuse. Now, said it, and if people won't believe it, I said, Jesus Yeshua wasn't perfect. And Mary Magdalene wasn't either. There was, I'm getting that there was toxicity. I even like looked at the Da Vinci picture, and it was on Codex, and they said that it showed there was a knife around Mary Magdalene, and was the one beside her, was I'm getting in this is hard because I'm getting that was it that was the relationship toxic, and did she just want him arrested? And that was why she was regretting what she did when she was at his feet. I'm allowed to ask these questions because for the longest time I've had that feeling. I had that feeling that she really wanted to hurt him because there are stories that her family didn't want her to go. Because like the way I experience things, and people think I'm psychotic. It's like I'm experiencing something I'm being told because he had a temper. But biblical people believe that. Right now, I'm feeling I'm it's like channeling because I was reading the book and it had that he said that he was neither a drinker, drank. Think of it this way: a man who can turn water into wine. We're all going through evolutions. He said that Mary Magdalene and Jesus were twin flames. I'm allowed to question this. I have a Last Supper painting, and I look at all. I just try to figure things out. Is that like because I say just however you perceive it, and I look at the series Once Upon a Time where Belle, Bella and the Dark One, how we're going to someone's head. We said some people liked him and believe it, and others just, there's hate for him. It's like I don't look to any person to find me because they're not going to help me find myself in ways they will because then, like, if they're in, I will see my worth and I see my worth and I know I'm a good person. I may have made mistakes, but I'm a good person, but others will portray me not to be. power go, like when you watch Frozen, her grandfather was military, and it said about like power goes to people's head. So it does. Power can go to somebody's head. But it's the part, are you using the power for your own selfish gain so that somebody will look to you? Or are you teaching others how to empower themselves? I tell my ex-husband, I love you, but I don't like you. And sometimes I'm telling my him, and you think I don't know it's toxic. It's that part of, learning how to balance yourself. The experiences that I have, I explain what I'm experiencing when I'm going, and I feel that depth screaming, and is it ever fucking painful? It's that part of, you treat someone like they're worthless and a piece of shit and a bag. Because I did that. If you look at, I put pictures up. At the end it said that, like, Mary Magdalene, and he hadn't ascended because he still has work to do himself. Whether he was powerful and could do things or not, he still had work to do on himself. And it was that part when it was said that Father, or was it Father, or was it God, why have you forsaken? Yeah, Mary's message to the world, Mother Mary, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene. Mary Magdalene revealed the first apostle for feminist gospel and the Christianity we haven't tried yet. Mary Magdalene one thing, and that was how to stand up for herself. It says in parts that, he was getting a lot of his energy from her to heal. And steal energy from one another. the impact part. It's finding your own balance so that you are not taking from someone else. Because if you're taking from someone else, that's the weakness. The strength is being able to stand in your own. Leads to codependency. If you spend your life searching for your path, you aren't regarding yourself as a whole being. And I just, participation in twin flame relationships, they feel like they're losing their identity, that they aren't enough, or that needs don't matter. Undermines boundaries. Do you believe fate brought you and your twin flame together to improve each other and heal old wounds? If you aren't careful, that belief could create a sense of entitlement. Your twin flame has the right to set boundaries, a right to privacy, and a right to say no. And you need to respect those boundaries. You could, try and say, respecting my boundaries. And I could say the same thing. Because I'm tired of hearing someone complain all the time. I don't get a break from it, but they do nothing to try and help themselves to heal. After 25 years, they're finally seeing someone. But my question is, you loved me so much. Why didn't you talk to me and confide with me? You want me to look at my shit, but you would never look at your own. This is a spirit to spirit, and that spirit knows exactly who we're talking to. Makes it harder to leave or let go. Spend a few minutes online reading World Twin Flames, and you'll notice disrupting statements like rejection is love. And no one else will ever love them like you do. Well, I'll be honest, my karmic relationship told me 24444 on the timer would tell me that, oh, you're not going to find anybody who wants you. You're a beautiful man. You're wounded. I'm only wounded because of assholes like you. Remember, no always means no. Taken too literally, the runner chaser dynamic can escalate into to stalking, threats, and other forms of intimate partner violence. See, whether I had intercourse with the guy that he was bringing to our house, or not in a relationship, whether I had intercourse with them or not, when I said no, no meant no. Have I forgot about you when I told you? That's why I did tell you. That's why I held it. Because when I did tell you, you called me a fucking whore. And you blamed me because I had intercourse with him before. But when I said no, no meant no. But you blamed me. You fucking treated me like I was a piece of shit. And you did fuck all to him. You didn't go to him. You didn't fucking confront him. You treated me like I was a piece of shit. But I'm the problem? No, I'm not. You're your own fucking problem, you old bastard. How many people have gone through a sexual assault and got blamed for it? You're no hero, man. And you're sure the fuck is somebody to look up to. Take it to the winner case dynamic. Nestle, it's okay. You don't answer my calls, you don't answer my messages. But when I don't answer yours, you like to message me and say, "Oh, you're ignoring me, are you?" This is all spirit to spirit. My channel is spirit to spirit, and that spirit knows exactly who the fuck I'm talking to. When and how to get help. I always went for help. But you think you're all fucking holier than now because, you haven't called me a whore and a cunt in a month and a half, but you have called me a fucking idiot. And you laugh at me when I'm having a problem. I think you want me to hit you. And that's why you say that I'm the one that's trying to get you to hit me. No, I'm not trying to get you to hit me. But you do vocalize that you want to because you say, if I were a man enough, you'd fucking drive me. Well, bring it because I feel like I put you through a fucking wall because you deserve it. And I don't have to be a man to do that. Finding how to get help. All relationships require work and reflection. You didn't want to do the work. You just wanted to be a hypocrite and tell everybody else that they needed help. You needed to find God. All relationships require work and reflection. Working with a therapist can help. Well, it's about finding the right therapist. I want a therapist that is somebody that helps with past life regression. There's one an hour and a half away from me, but I don't have $500 for 3 hours. But it's covered by insurance, man. Mental health support is always a good idea. Strongly recommends reaching out if you're so preoccupied by thoughts about love and relationships that is interfering with your daily life. No, I gave up on it. I let it go. I'm just trying to be a friend because he did say that you have friends when they didn't fuck you over. Well, I guess you are never my friend because you fucked me over time and time again. But I've always been yours. I may have cheated on you once in 2011. A year before I divorced your ass. You were angry because you got divorced before. So you're taking it out on, or did you take it out on me? You're a bully. And that's why I don't believe in this twin flame because I am my twin flame. I am my person. Whether it means that I walk a lonely road or not, I rely on me. I might ask you for help, but maybe you're being tested. And not whether or not you're going to fucking hit me either. It's whether or not you have a fucking heart because you're pretty fucking damn cold. And the way you reacted to other women, there's a TikTok video out there of what went down here one night. He was calling another woman a whore, but then he said it was me because something else went down before that, and I now feel for the woman and regret hurting her because I wasn't trying to hurt her. I thought she belonged with my ex. Because all I ever prayed for was for him. I don't pray for myself. Unsure if you're experiencing love, obsession, or a trauma bond. I'm going to look up trauma bond. What does it say? Unable to determine if your relationship is healthy or safe. I don't feel safe. I even went to the hospital and told them that I wanted to talk to a police officer, but instead they put me in the psychiatric unit. unable to determine if your relationship is healthy or safe. This is hitting home for people right now, including parts of myself. I'm bringing forward other stuff, and because I get upset, he wants to make me like it's a part of making somebody look like they're a fucking raging lunatic when I'm not a really raging lunatic at all. Because when I'm not around him and I'm around people who are cheery and happy, go watch some of my TikTok videos. I'm rolling down a hill, I'm doing fucking cartwheels when I'm with somebody else who is very happy-go-lucky. But he don't like happy-go-lucky. Shared with me when he was a kid. He'd be late home from school because he would be walking and sauntering along, smelling the flowers and like looking at the animals and bugs, and he'd bring the flowers home to his mother and he said he did his ass work. Maybe your mother was afraid too. Spending a lot of time justifying your twin flame's behavior. Some could say I was trying to justify it. But you're just a peckerheaded fucking wiener that don't want to work on itself. And then just because you started just now, maybe you're too late, man. It's that part of you burned too many bridges. And I'm stupid enough to still want to be your friend. I know what a friend is, but you don't. You say about a friend. You know that they were your friend. If they died and they haven't fucked you over, how many times did you fucking hurt me, man? Feeling trapped in a relationship. I'm not in a relationship, but he likes to treat it like it is. Trying to make big changes to your life or partnership. Recovering from a traumatic twin flame connection. I will share that back in 2020 when this all started, I was channeling a lot of stuff. One part of it was they were saying it was saying Lucifer, go home to father's dying. Was that a trick? Because father only knows how to do tricks, right? But it ain't my father. I bring a lot of different stuff. Tell ya, I channel, and I'm very well aware of what I experience. And there's a deer in my yard. Just come running across the lawn, well, almost the road. Halika na muday, kisa to'y ay sakay sa kami makitumo tatay, suhirata ko tatay, tore ka kana mo sa tatay, tore ka, kisa to'y. Being in twin flame union, this is what this person's saying, being in a twin flame union can make it especially hard to reach out. I reached out, but it's like it took a mental health at the hospital through, your government system a year. Seriously? But you're screaming about mental health? Wow. I tell you, people in the military, they get a hell of a lot better service than people who aren't. I went into a place where they help the military, and that should be everywhere. They had a setting room with a kitchen. They had apples and bananas, and you could get coffee and juice and everything. It felt welcoming. And I seen in one of the offices, they had a nice couch for you to sit on and not a fucking uncomfortable chair. Everyday people are just as important as military people because they're fighting it every day too. Just fighting a different kind of war. My ex-husband told me that, when he was in the military, oh, well, man, they had all the food that they needed. They would go drinking at ports. Hey, he probably blocked this off, but he even told me that, in order to fix the ship, they had to go steal from other dumpsters. So the military taught them how to steal. But, you won't tell the truth of that because you'd be afraid to lose your pensions. There's a thing that was a thing saying about like if the government shut down, military people would lose their pensions. Well, if the government shut down, everybody would lose, wouldn't they? Or would they? Maybe they'd actually gain something because they wouldn't be putting the money all in their fucking pocketbooks. They'd have some for themselves. You feel you've been chosen to have this special kind of relationship, but part of your worries it's unhealthy or realizes that you're unhappy, she explains. See, I tried leaving him a number of times. I left him a year and a half in our relationship. I told him to get the fuck out and don't come back. He showed up at the bar, stood under one of those neon lights. It's not me who won't let go. It's him. He's the one that needs the help, not me. A part of you worries it's unhealthy and realizes you're unhappy shape. It's explained. But the philosophy says discomfort, okay, because you're growing. And growing is an uncomfortable process. If you don't know how to work through those conflicting ideas, it's good to seek support. Your therapist can help you figure out what you want and decide whether that relationship is serving you. He told me that you're in a relationship and you have problems, you go to a therapist will direct you to step away. They won't help you. Is it that they won't help you? Or is it that you won't help yourself? You won't talk to your partner, the person you're with. You just want to holler at them, downgrade them, and tell them that they're the fucking problem or blame it on somebody else. You said the other day that, and then this morning you laughed at me in my face because you like to gaslight. And then you say it's me because I stand up for myself. I will use the word as pretty good. you know, talks about a hypocrite. Are you being judged now? If you don't know how to work through those conflicting ideas, it's good to seek support. Your therapist can help you figure out, oh, serving twin flame relationships or not. If you're being abused in any way, tell a healthcare provider. And I did. And they put me in a psychiatric unit. Or somebody you trust. You can also visit the National Domestic Violence Hotline website or the No More Global Directory to learn about community organizations and resources that can help you. Maybe I should side over with women. But Jesus did have a way with the women and with some of the men too. He was going, he would say that he was kept asking Peter, do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? I feel sorry for the person whose spirit, whether or not you believe in twin flames, you have a right to feel happy, safe, and respected in your relationships. Asking for help can be extremely uncomfortable, and it might take multiple tries to make it happen. Gathering to the courage to do it in any way is a form of radical self care. Is it possible a twin flame relationship will change your life? Sure. Could your relationship with your other half be singular and divine? Maybe. But never forget your soul is your own and you have a right to protect it. Trauma bond? Oops. There it is. Here's what trauma bonding really is and how to recognize the signs. If you've come across the term trauma bonding, you may have done a double take and thought it was something else. Maybe it simply refers to two people bonding over a difficult or painful experience. But the term is in reference to a connection that can appear in abusive relationships. It's a situation where you form a strong attachment to somebody who is causing us harm. This can happen, Belle, she ended up in bond with the dark one, but she did leave him. And that was after she found out that she was pregnant with his baby. And then he threatened to do something to her because he wasn't leaving him. So she gave the baby to the fairy to take to safety, gave it to somebody to take to safety, but the baby got taken by Rumpelstiltskin's mother and then come back. Life snuff. It says light snuffs out light. Hey, dude, does your grandmother still have your heart? Because that's what it was. The grandmother had in it. Rumpel's mother had taken Rumpel's son's heart because he was meant to kill his savior. So when she in the movie when she was fighting to protect herself, and then all of a sudden she thought of because if one killed the other, then it was that they both die, or they it would snuff out the light, it would get rid of the light, and all there would be this darkness. So she sacrificed herself. She opened her arms and closed her eyes for him to kill her. And he killed her. But she came back to life. It was like the true love brought her back to life. And it brought Rumpelstiltskin back to a baby. There's a whole bunch of different curses. And it was always the same people. It was a family. Because it was Rumpelstiltskin's son that got the savior pregnant. Do I refer to that stuff? Yes. But the term in reference to a connection that can appear in abusive relationships. It's a situation where we form a strong attachment to someone who is causing us harm. This can happen to any relationship, romantic or not, and often fuels a cycle of abuse and affection that can be difficult to break. I've really lost respect for him. But I never stopped loving and caring about him. I see in his life because it's those parts of the dream that you see. Understanding what trauma bonding is and how to recognize it. It's a part, stop showing me through a dream and just fucking tell me. Be honest. Be honest with yourself. Practice what you preach, man, or what you used to. Understanding what trauma bonding is and how to recognize it are the first steps in separating from an abusive relationship and finding ways to heal. Registered therapist Natasha Deep helps explain what trauma bonding really is and the signs to look out for. What is trauma bonding? Trauma bonding is when a person who is or has been abused feels a connection to their abuser. See, it's that part, like you're going to therapy, but are you being honest with the therapist? Are you telling the therapist that you threatened to kill me, that you threatened to bury me? because I've never threatened violence on you. You know, if people like when you look back at Uranus and Gaia, Uranus was abusive. He loved her until like kids come along, and they become extremely abusive because the attention wasn't all on him. And to save her children and save herself, their son, was one son that cut the testicles off. It's a part that I would have to say, if that's what went down, I guess she deserved it, man. And then they all come out. They all went out. They went out after Gaia because it was all about who was going to wear the crown. They saw because did anyone know that Mary Magdalene? This is the story for Mary Magdalene. Mary Magdalene's friend made her, but I didn't know that happened until after I had this made. I didn't know that Mary Magdalene had her friend make a crown for her out of the Virginia creeper and a few other things. What is trauma bonding? Trauma bonding is when a person is or has been abused feels a connection to their abuser. And this connection is based on the abuse that the person has or is enduring, whether emotional or physical. It may be surprising to hear that can develop a bond with someone who treats you poorly. But this is why the cycle of abuse is an important puzzle piece. The cycle of abuse can create a false sense of safety during the reconciliation and calm phase. More on that in a moment. I'll say more on that. This is why a person being abused will cling on to those moments of peace, even when they go away. This cycle is often what elicits feelings of attachment, and the feelings similar to a bond happen toward the abuser and predator. Trauma bonding is an important concept to understand who've experienced abuse, when helping people who have experienced abuse. This is because one of those challenging things about experiencing an abusive relationship is how it brings up complicated mixed feelings. Trauma bonding's role in the cycle of abuse. When it comes to the cycle of abuse, trauma bonding plays a parallel role in it. Now, my karmic first wife, she went through a lot of shit with her father. And he went into her life and he brought more chaos into her life. Instead of being understanding, it made it worse for her. Because I know that he did the exact same thing to her as he has done to me. She left and she got into another abusive relationship. But he says he blames it all on her. Dude, do you ever take responsibility for your own actions? It's a legitimate question. You did say, God, get her away from me. Every time I tried leaving, you wouldn't let me go. So I guess you didn't want God to get me away from you, did you? Misery loves company. Well, I don't wanna be miserable. Would you like me to help you find the person who does, if that's the way you wanna be? Or are you gonna smarten up and pull up your big boy pants and smarten the fuck up like I had to? When it comes to the cycle of abuse, trauma bonding plays a parallel role. The cycle of abuse is a concept that explains the cyclical cyclical nature of an abusive relationship and the phases it goes through. Here's how trauma bonding fuels and fits into the cycle of abuse. Tension building. During the first stage, there's tension, anger, or stress that's silently growing between the abuser and the abused. There's often starts when eternal turmoil the abuser is experiencing, and they'll start to project their own tensions onto the other person. You wanted me to turn on my family so that I would be alone. Is that how God works? Because it's not a loving God. Because a loving God brings family together. It doesn't separate them. I work for the true, loving part of myself, part of spirit. I have a loyalty to helping people, but others want to pull you down. That's why a lot of, he even says a lot of therapists will take their own life. Why? Because of people like you who want to like think that people are fake because they're happy because you don't know how to be happy. It's like part of like tell everybody else to get over stuff. You get over nothing. There last night, he threatened me and he said, I'll fucking go to my family's and you can spend Christmas alone or go to your family. Well, he knows I can't go to my family, but no, man, if you want to go to your family, go to your family. It wouldn't be the first time I spent Christmas alone. I have food. Christmas to me is about love, not the gifts. And that's why I told you every gift you got me, take the fuck back and get the money back out of it. Because all you're worried about is fucking money. Last night about the fucking lava lamp, 84 cents to $1.15 a month. I took him $40 and gave it to him and said, there, that'll cover 40 months. stop and start to onto the other person. The innocent of violence or harm, incident of violence or harm. This is when an incident of violence occurs. This can be either a physical or emotional incident that includes actions like yelling, throwing things, calling someone names, or threatening with harm. I call him an asshole, but he calls me everything other than that. Sometimes I throw my boot, but not at him. Sometimes I feel like smashing things because I'm trying to deal with my own feelings, but I never cause physical harm on him, and I don't throw anything at him, and I sure the fuck don't threaten him. This is the stage where the abuse is most visible. See, there, when it happened, and I told him about the guy sexually assaulting me when I said no, playing for it, and people were right there. No one said anything. It's like, wow, I know you still like me, but wow, after like people sit around you and they say that they don't like the way men treat women. Wow, all I got to say is wow. Threatening her. This is the stage where the abuse is most visible, and one or both parties might threaten to end the relationship or cut each other off while emotions are running high. I'm not threatening it. I'm saying I'm done. Go be with your friends that you talk about and say, I'm tired of listening to other people's problems. Well, I guess some people could look at you and say, I'm tired of putting up with this fucking bullshit. It's that part, well, you don't know him. I've known him 25 fucking years. And if you look back, I've probably known him a fucking lot longer than that because I know his spirit. Reconciliation. We're in truth and reconciliation, but he says about truth and reconciliation, but he's the one that doesn't know what truth is. And that's why I don't believe a fucking word he says, because he's never been honest to me in our whole relationship, unless it's, trivial shit. But the stuff that really matters, reconciliation. After the violent incident ends, a reconciliation happens that essentially puts the matter to rest. You want me to forget about the things you did or get over it? How about you get over like the one little thing that I did was cheat on you once. And why did I cheat on you? Because you deprived me of love and affection, and I was looking for some. In a healthy relationship, there would be no incident of violence that would occur out of an argument. Instead, partners would find a healthy compromise to resolve conflict. But in an abusive relationship, this will often look like the abuser buying gifts or being overly kind to make up for their previous behavior. Hence the Christmas gifts. That's what I say. Take your Christmas gifts and shove them right up your fucking anus, Uranus. You know, I feel like saying, yeah, I'll take the gifts, but will I forgive you? Fuck no. But in an abusive relationship, it often look like abusive buying gifts and being overly kind to make up for their previous behaviors. Yeah, he'll try to love bomb me. He'll try hugging me, and he'll try kissing me when he hugs me. The other night he was down here and he was giving me a hug and he started swinging like he was trying to dance with me. I wasn't playing the fucking game, man. I know what love bombing is. That's why you get no response from me. This further strengthens the trauma bond as a person experiencing abuse also experiences a dopamine release when the abuse momentarily subsides. I don't get a dopamine. My body hurts because I experience it inside like a fucking explosion. And sometimes I do tell him, you're a fucking asshole, because he is. And I came here to help him, but I went in my camper and all he did was holler at me. I invited him for supper, and the guy that you know that sexually assault, I invited them in. The guy that sexually assaulted me was kind about my food and said my food was good, and my ex-husband criticized my food. So it's a part of, really, man, what you do? Switch places? Kasi he's like, you know, a lot of things are coming up that, they say that freaking, they think that, so how many times did he, you know, in some religions, they look up to Mary Magdalene. In other religions, they look up to Jesus. Two forms of Christianity. They say Peter started one Christianity, and then they say about having tried the Mary Magdalene feminist Christianity, the first apostle for feminist gospel, and the Christianity we haven't tried yet. Standing up for self. It's like, you know, was he abusive to get her to stand up for herself? She should like, cause like, if he was like my ex-husband up here, she should have fucking trolloped him. It's about looking at your heart, not looking to someone else. It's a part like if you're part of God, you're part of the universe. Your heart, your heart is your spirit. Spirit is the energy. It's the Christ consciousness, waking up to self. Well, that was weird. It's like somebody turned the volume down on my. Oh shit! It's that part. Zoots, are you fucking with my electronics? What did we do yesterday? I feel like I'm wrapping a gift and showing everybody what I got him for Christmas. But in an abusive relationship, this will often look like okay, buying gifts. Released when the abusive wanting rate subsides. When we're experiencing abuse or neglect or manipulation, all our brain wants to do is escape from the situation. And what normally happens in the cycle of an abusive or toxic relationship or situation, in that there is some relief. The woman explains. Calm. Finally, there's the calm stage. Stage is the one where the abusive relationship is essentially in neutral mode, also creating the groundwork for the next cycle of abuse to begin. When tensions can be building, this is also the phase where both the abuser and the person experiencing abuse will make up justifications for toxic behavior. I make no more excuses for him. There is no excuse for his behavior. He makes excuses. It's not part of putting your pain on someone else because you don't want to fucking deal with it. As you say to people, well, deal with it and get over it. She further explains an abusive relationship creates push and pull between extremely painful events and periods of kindness, reconciliation, and calm. And there lies the role of the trauma bond, distinguished as a genuine reaction. My past is no longer my trauma, he is. Can trauma bonding happen in non-romantic relationships? Trauma bonding can happen in any type of relationship that involves a power imbalance. He doesn't want to experience his feminine. He said, this is the karmic relationship. He doesn't want to experience his feminine because he said that we're emasculating a man. No, it's not emasculating a man. I guess you don't know what a real man is. Trauma bonding can happen in any type of relationship that involves a power imbalance. This includes child abuse, where the child wants an emotional attachment to the parents and feels a bond but also experiences abuse, creating a cycle. Child really wants relief from the abuse and emotional attachment with their parent or guardian. Sometimes when I experience something, I want to hug someone, but instead I come down and I sit with it and I cry because I want to inflict as much pain on that person that hurt me as they inflicted on me. So I inflict it internally to work through it. I go to spirit. That's to myself. My mom, my ancestors who've been through the same thing. Many people believe that or not, I don't give two fucks. Because if you want to throw shade on me for that, then you know better than me. And I know there are many people that do this. Creating a cycle. The child really wants relief from the abuse and an emotional attachment with their parent or guardian. The same can even occur in organizations like fraternities and fraternities and sororities, where there may be abusive behavior muffled by periods of fun events and rewards, leading to a trauma bond between fraternity members and their leaders. It's that part of, dude, you're not my fucking leader because you don't know how to lead. And to make it perfectly clear, this is what it is. Personal leadership. This is what the true teachings were about to begin with. Personal leadership. Leading the self before leading others. Same can even occur. Okay, what should I say? Trauma bonding also plays a big role in cases of Stockholm syndrome, where over time a bond is developed between kidnappers and their captors. There are many famous cases where the victims have a chance to escape, but don't because they come to have this trauma bond with the captor. Like, I'm being honest. Like, for me to find that nobody, like my own family, will let me go there. Okay, well, okay, fine. and then to find a place. See, it wouldn't matter how much money I give, and I know that. It wouldn't matter how much money I gave him. He would still be the same way. What are the signs of trauma bonding? Denial of red flags. A clear sign of emotional trauma bonding is denial. This is when the person experiencing abuse chooses to ignore any obvious red flags in the relationship. This can come in the form of not talking about the abuse with people around them or choosing to minimize or omit certain pieces of information from their loved ones. Look, I've told them everything. I didn't even come on here, but I know how the system works, and I know how he works. Do I believe in magic? Yeah. Do I believe that he does too? Fuck yeah. He showed me pictures of a man in a suit all tattooed up. He looked like he would, and boots and stuff like that. Do you like that? No, I don't, because it looked like the man was going out and getting ready to kick the shit out of someone. So no, I didn't find it attractive, but I told him somebody who would find it attractive. Denial, denial of red flags. Clear sign of emotional trauma is denial. This is when the person is experiencing abuse, chooses to ignore any obvious red flags in the relationship. This can come in the form of not talking about abuse with people around, okay, and loved ones. One common theme is for the victims to deny the red flags or not acknowledge the bad elements of the relationship. This relationship, like, it's toxic. So I do recognize them. It's extremely toxic. There may not be no physical abuse, but I'm here to tell people mental abuse, psychological, emotional abuse is the worst abuse you can put on anyone because it's a constant manipulation. Like, dude, fucking grow up, man. There's somebody here, and they looked right at him and told him, "You really need to learn how to treat your women." Maybe that was a version of me telling him. One common theme is for the victim to deny the red flags or not acknowledge that, okay, and usually other people in their lives are seeing it. Isolation and secrecy. Additionally, it's said that trauma bonding can lead to isolation as the person experiencing abuse may withdraw and separate from friends and family. Well, I wasn't. See, the thing is, I was going out almost all the time with this friend. We were going to, like, up to the valley and other places like that, and going for coffee and to the mall. And then all of a sudden, I never heard from them again. So it was like, wow. Did I say that sometimes, like, I can't understand why people don't fight for their children, even if there's an asshole or a bitch on the other end of it, you still gotta like show it. I was saying that it's showing your children that you care. You know, if you say the person is abusive or the person this way, then or that way, why are you not like I know he wants me against my family because that isolates me. He doesn't want me going to work because he made that clear, like he almost made that clear last night. I got accepted to university. I want to live back in the city so that I can go to university. He says about me going to university, but do you really want me going to university? Seriously, man, stop being so fucking bitter. You talk about your family and you don't say shit to them. Told me you want to help your family, you want to help your sister. I give you a way of being able to do that. You know, it might be you investing a little bit. And you could help your family within, about 6 to 8 months because it would have been already done by now. But because it was me, and maybe I should. Who are the one? Like I'm looking for an investor, hey? But he shot my stuff down. They always do. That's a pure abuser. But he says he's not abusive. He'll probably say, "Well, you're being abusive coming on here." No, I'm expressing the abuse that I'm experiencing. Right now, I feel that, like, I feel the aggression. It's like, dude, get the fuck off me, man. Keep saying about packing up and living out of a bag. Man, you've lived out of a bag since I've known you. Find love in your heart, dude. You know, people think that Jesus didn't go through anything. If they said that he was being sought after, you think maybe he wasn't trying to protect himself? But I'm not making excuses for the way he treated people poorly. That'd be the same as making excuses for my ex-husband for the way he treated people poorly, or for me, the way I've treated people poorly. Isolation and secrecy. Okay. The person may also feel as though they're walking on eggshells and constantly trying not to upset the predator. Now, he's trying to switch it on me that I'm the predator. But it's like, dude, what did you do to make me react to me? The one that said, like, sexual, when I told the person, no, I didn't want to, but they kept doing it. He told me that person, like, wouldn't let anybody hurt me. Well, fuck, man, maybe I should have kept them around and they would have beat the fuck out of you for hurting me. because there was one other person that came here, and the person that was that wouldn't take no for an answer. They said that when this other person was here, I was so much happier. But is it that person? And like, what's going on? Like, are you doppelgangers? Gang up. I cared about you both, and that was the sad part. But I'm taking my heart back. Upset the predator. This can lead them to keep secrets from both their abuser and the people around them, whether it involves finances, decisions about housing, child rearing, or disagreements about career and work life. He made excuses for the instructor that treated me like I was nothing. Maybe I should go to the women's shelter. This secrecy further isolates the person experiencing abuse, who must then rationalize the abusive behavior in order to reconcile their conflicting emotions. Right now, I have screaming and I have the words, "You're a fucking asshole," justification of an abuser's actions. Another major sign of trauma bonding is justifying an abuser's actions. There's no excuse for his actions. If you're experiencing abuse, this can be a way to self-soothe and reconcile with your situation. Yeah, I can feel that. It's like, tear out my heart, motherfucker. Come on. Let's duke it out. You have no rationalize that disown state when you're in a relationship like this. Points out, this person points out, they point out. This may take the form of making excuses for the abusive behavior, such as thinking about the stress the abuser is under or focusing on the good moments in the relationship. This could look like telling a friend that your partner has taken over your bank account, but framing it as if it's your partner's way of wanting to help you with your finances. Or it could be a loved one asking a child if their parent is being abusive and harmful, but the child only shares the good memories they have. The difference between trauma bonding and relationship conflict. In many relationships, there are always going to be ups and downs. So, how do we separate having hot and cold phases in our relationships? There's the development of an unhealthy trauma bond. Conflict in relationships is normal and can actually be healthy if both partners are treated as equals and able to communicate and resolve the conflict in a respectful way. He doesn't see me as an equal. He doesn't see women as equal. So, is it Peter? Was it that form of Peter, or was it the form of Jesus? I'm talking about like in biblical times, because that's what we're going through right now. Where is it? Revelations. Revelations to me is realizing the truth. So how do we separate having a hot and cold phase in a relationship? Okay, conflict in relationships is normal and can actually be healthy if both partners are treated as equals and able to communicate and resolve the conflict in a respectful way. But in abusive relationships, the conflict often follows a pattern of gaslighting, manipulation, and blaming, along with a power imbalance. I'm taking responsibility for my part, but he does not know how to take responsibility for his own, because it's always somebody else's fault but his own. Even if you just watched him do it, it's like his place upstairs. He says that other people are making the mess, but yet he's the only one that lives up there. See, this is where I should be going in to his therapist and letting them know, here's the truth of the matter, because he's not being honest enough with you to let you know how he actually treats the people he says he loves and cares about. Gaslighting, manipulation, and okay, conflict in a relationship is normal and can actually be healthy if both partners are treated as equals and are able to communicate and resolve the conflict in a respectful way. But in abusive relationships, the conflict often follows a pattern of gaslighting, manipulation, and blaming, along with a power imbalance. It's not the conflict, but it's the way that the conflict is happening. It's the pattern. To determine whether a relationship is healthy, she suggests looking at the way conflict is handled. It's important to think about what a healthy relationship looks like, but also, what does healthy conflict look like? This is not a healthy relationship, and it's not healthy conflict. It was like this morning he come down and he started on me because he said that I didn't pull the coals forward in the wood stove. When I went to put wood in the stove, there was still a bunch of coals. So to pull the coals forward would have been ridiculous. So I just put the wood on top of it. It's like, man, you criticize everything I do. You criticize everything everyone else does. Only you don't say it to their fucking face, because you think that you're all holier than thou and you know everything when you don't, and you're not fucking holier than thou. Understanding the difference between healthy and unhealthy conflict can help distinguish between normal bumps in a relationship and abusive patterns. Ask yourself questions like, is there mutual respect in the conflict? Fuck no, because he gaslights. He does not hear a word I say. He criticizes everything. I'm always wrong and he's always right. You wonder why you got kicked off the fucking ship, motherfucker. You don't work well with people. You don't play well on the playground. And I'll tell you right now, that's why Lucifer didn't get kicked out. Lucifer jumped because Lucifer wanted to have its own mind and thoughts. And the ones you call fallen angels, they went with them. How to break a trauma bond. Breaking a trauma bond can be a challenging and difficult process, but it's also an important step toward healing and regaining conflict over your life. Now, I'm going to say about Lucifer because I was looking into it, and they more so describe Mary Magdalene as being Lucifer. So if Lucifer took the Lucifer, if Lucifer created its own their own world, and that would have been Jesus coming to look for Lucifer, to take Lucifer back to the Father. But you know, in some biblical stuff, they won't believe that, right? Because it's only one way. Nobody else, you can't question this. Some time now, I've been experiencing it and feeling it within my body. The Father's still fucking stubborn and don't want to look at itself. How to break a trauma bond. You know, people can come on here and talk about the Bible and everything like that. So, you know, why can't I question stuff? Why can't I bring things forward? Why? Because maybe it's closer to the truth than what you think. How to break a trauma bond. It's him that don't like the church. And I've grown to struggle with it because of the way it's designed, and it's supposed to be everybody accepted, but it's not everybody that's accepted because I've been turned away. Well, you know, made to feel unwanted or told, you know, you can join our church. I don't need your permission to join a church. I won't join a church. If I want to go to church, I'll go to whatever fucking church I please to go to. I shouldn't have to feel like I have to join a church or join a religion because I want to hear about God. Breaking trauma bond can be a challenging and difficult process, but it's also an important step toward healing and regaining control over your life. Here's some tips to break trauma bond. Keep a written record. I have a verbal record right here. Writing things down can be extremely healing in a lot of ways in terms of navigating your own trauma bond and freeing yourself from it. This suggests a very factual approach to documenting incidents and actions. But he don't like me coming on here because, you know, he won't take the time to read and realize that, you know, I'm not just saying about him, I'm saying about myself too. So, turistiketa purešana, institutoria, anemukioto no to sendo pureta, turistika, no pure. Ito? Tell you this is a spirit to spirit, and there's no respect for him because he shows none. And you know, some people were just afraid, especially if it was Rumpels, if it was the dark one. You know, you can control it if you know its name. Somebody's controlling it. Incidents and actions. This means being very clear cut and neutral about what the person in your relationship is doing. Some would say, well, you're being controlled. No. And that's what pisses them off. I can't be. Try not to add any emotion, whether good or bad. Focus on keeping a log of what previously is happening in your conflicts. Do I show emotion? Yeah, because I got to the point where either I show emotion or I do throw them through the fucking wall. Focus on keeping a log of what previously is happening in your conflicts. Keeping a journal of events that happen or things that are said can happen. You see patterns and gain a more objective perspective on your relationships. I'm going to tell you, it's like I'm almost certain that it goes back even like I can go to my well, maybe my eighth great granddaddy, well, seventh, eighth great granddaddy, or my sixth, seventh great granddaddy, because the way the family went. Like it's like, do you think I don't know that my that great granddaddy of mine was a pompous, egotistical, self-centered bastard? He'd help people. He would help people, but it's like the way he showed me that this person was dressed, it's like it was like I was having a flashback of how this man would dress. They said he had a prominent, like a religious seal, basically like no other, and he was one hell of a businessman. None like him where he was at, and he owned shit balls of land too. And my question is, how did you get it? And were you getting it to benefit the people? Or, did you change your name and you became Irving? Good question. Okay, so look what there. There's a JD. Was it John David? It's like he was probably vindictive because he was probably trying to find the person who married him. He was probably trying to find the person who scalped his father because he was 1.5 when he watched his father scalped in their in their doorway. And he probably watched him being thrown away. A thing on like with Cornwallis. One adult and three other youth. I was channeling that they were trying to protect the three youth. And that's why I started looking into my own ancestry line. There's shit piles of religious seals in my ancestral line. Rabbis, a lot of them. Luciferian Church. I got the document that the others did the research and they found out like the whole part of my family were filled with religious seals. Que vou tutorial mana essa, se como tu rima shoda kista lo doi. Ela puto tu ripariare no kursata de sitatari tu kriesha da kayana. That part of I'm experiencing it, but I need a psychiatric unit. No, I need an interpreter. Like, seriously. Psicopata di aina. Ano matutuliyat ang turistita po yan, tayo na sa puso. Siguro tayo. I don't learn languages anywhere. It just started coming to me, and the first time it started coming to me, I was watching ancient ancient aliens, and they were showing hieroglyphics, and I started speaking in a different language. You know? Alam mo, dito po sa tada, kukuya. But I need, but I have psychiatric issues. No, shit, man. Hindi ko na po yan. Kutodan. Kaya to si sakarahan yung tutunan. People say, "Oh, this is gibberish." No, go get an interpreter. Seriously, a language translator, and you better make sure they know ancient languages too. Isa para hahano kuhumanay. Ito hito just in mind. Mimi to porque maka and it might be a shit pile of them all talking at once. Karahan yung kuhumanay say. Tama na no. Siko, perché hanno mostra essere illustrata e sotto per avere tutorial, tutorial. You know, didn't they say that, like, if you look at different movies, didn't they say that Mary Magdalene's father, because she was said to be speaking in tongues in one of the, uh, whatever you call it, in the, like, church, temple, what have you, she was speaking in tongues and they said she was possessed? No, she connected with God, source, creator, the universe, spirit. Yahanno kure anabata iseta taria toligia malaka buriam. Yaputurisita. And if the system don't think I know that it stops the algorithms, but I do know that others are still watching even if it doesn't appear that way. Pick it up with the because it's, you know, the multiverse. Kaya kuliah na inshallah sige to ya. Know that he's my karmic because he doesn't support me on this. He mocks me and ridicules me like the churches did Jesus or called Mary Magdalene a prostitute. Pick it up again. Diskutupadagream tuturita kaitusa. Sutatarashola nukola manana purusata situliki viabrianda ketitiya sata. This means being okay. Focus on keeping a log of what preciously is happening in your conflicts. Keeping a journal of events that happen or things that are said can help you see patterns and gain a more objective perspective on your relationship. Like I said before, I go in here and sometimes I'll rewatch my videos. I've emphasized to people, go in and do a video of yourself talking about your own experiences. Or if you're giving advice to somebody else and watch it. Doesn't have to be put out in public. I put my stuff out in public to help to give a better understanding that, you're not alone and this is what we experience. And it's standing up and saying, standing in unity and saying to the ones that want to keep you small, it's time to say, get your fucking boot off me and rise. It's about rising together. Some don't want to rise, they just want to bring you down. And to my karmic, it's that part of, if you're not going to rise and you are happy where you are, let me go and find somebody who wants to stay stagnant with you. Because until you smarten the fuck up, I'm not going to let you push me around. I will holler at you like a fucking banshee because a banshee screams at darkness. It screams at the evil. This means being very clear cut and neutral about the person, about what person in your relationship is doing. Try not to add any emotion, whether good or bad. Focus on keeping a log, okay? Keeping a journal of events that happen and things that are said can help you see patterns and gain more perspective on your relationships. Seek out advice. A valuable step in finding your way out of a trauma bond is to seek outside perspective. A lot of times it's hard to see outside the bubble of your own relationship. We get used to seeing things in one way, so it can help to see things from a different angle. I see his life and I see why he is the way he is. But it's up to us as individual people to not keep repeating that cycle because, you know, we feel it's too hard to come out of it. It's easier to stay stuck in limbo than it is to bring ourselves up from it. And that's why I say I'm here duking it out. Because maybe duking it out with him is the only way he's going to release and let go of his own shit. It's that part of, keep in mind, I'm not just fucking full of bullshit when I say that, you know, I work with spirit. My ancestors work with me because they're that spirit. And I get both sides of it all. And maybe that's why I look like a raging lunatic, because where I say everything is a spirit to spirit, and everything travels through the universe. It travels through the multiverse. It travels through the Wi-Fi connection. Because go watch The Good Omen. In parts of that, it has them traveling through their phones because it becomes energy. Yeah, said it makes things a lot easier. Seek outside advice. A valuable step in finding your way out of a trauma bond is to seek outside perspective. A lot of times it's hard to see outside the bubble of your own relationship. We get used to seeing things in one way, so it can help to see things from a different angle. The best way to do this is to simply be vocal and talk about things, even if it's a slow process and you're not ready to let everything out right away. Talking about your experiences can help you give you clarity. If there's something in your life that you trust, like someone in your life, somebody in your life that you trust, like a therapist or friend, or even a crisis line, it can be anonymous. Just look for ways to inform your perspective. See, it's that part of, the son of the father, my ex-husband, my karmic, what have you. One time he said that when people, you think the son is bad, but the father was worse. Like there's parts coming for, like different things coming forward now that Jesus was the son of Richard Constantine. Whether that's true, I look at it this way. Anything's possible because everything is on parallel worlds or parallel worlds, multiverses. So what's on one is on another, and it's how you look at the perspective of it all. That's why in the biblical sense, there's so much stuff that just it's like all over the place, and it's kind of some parts it feels like it's the same story because it is only it's on different aspects of it. Somebody's seeing it from a different angle and they're giving it a different name because, they're doing this thing about St. Peter. Well, St. Peter was said to be Simon. So that's two separate people. Is it like that's two totally different names? Dice que la poturiama no shresera, e se kuda pikiato, pikiamu tutu pliseta, de ukuma. I feel that in my throat. Like people have their throat chakra, they want to speak up for themselves, but they're too afraid. Speak up. At tu corporalna, gisa dumusha and the suru to tutukuye. If there's some, okay, nurture yourself. When you're navigating a trauma bond or complex relationship, it takes a toll on your emotional well-being. So it's important to give yourself gentleness and self-care that will guide you through the healing process. I get in the tub a lot. Sometimes I will get in the shower in the morning and then I'll have a hop in the tub during the day. But there's a lot of the time where sometimes I'll get in the tub twice a day because I'm trying to ground myself. Okay. And, you know, my ex-husband, he'll get after me for that about, the hot water. Well, sometimes I only put about that much water in it just so that I can just sit in it. So do I need to be around water? Yep. And they said Jesus was around water a lot. I didn't come here to find followers. It just happened that way. Sometimes it can give people a big head. And he was so he was taking on other stuff, but it was that part, you need to learn how not to take on other people's stuff, and what you do take on, transmute it. It's that part of Esutai, Sukurimashalakisimo Vaina, Elukurea, Kemanatayamo, Dukuria, Nugo Sona, Esutai, Muted. I get up in the morning and have my shower, and it's good to have a shower. Should you feel better after you have a shower? I have a shower and I put makeup on and I get dressed. It's not for ego. I feel better that way. I can like go with makeup off, but I like wearing makeup. I feel good wearing makeup. I buy vegan makeup, natural organic makeup. Right now, and I'm experiencing a knot right here. So whether it's my ex-husband having a problem with his hernia right now, I don't know, but it's coming up and it's like, yeah, big mouth. When you're navigating a trauma bond or complex relationship, it takes a toll on your body, emotional well-being. So it's important to give yourself gentleness and self-care that will guide you through the healing process. It's important to do things that are good for your emotional well-being and your self-esteem. So make space to enjoy hobbies, nurture other relationships, or try new things. It's good to take care of yourself and engage in activities that bring you joy. You know, I just felt in there, well, I want to go to the bar and go to fucking karaoke, but I don't want to go to the bar. But I do want to do karaoke. I want to like go at a dance, something like that. But they don't even have dances anymore. They used to have them all the time at home. and then you were around people you knew. She adds that in, she adds that improving your self-esteem can help you break the cycle of trauma bonding and build a stronger foundation for recovery. He don't do nothing because all he says is winning, 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 winning. And I have to ask my sixth grade Grammy, is that all he fucking complained about? Because on Oak Island they were finding colored rocks. You know, you're looking in the Triangle area. That was my great granddaddy's property. I'm not telling anybody anything that it wouldn't be easy to know because it's right on the map. It's in a museum on a map. That's where I found it. Sila puti kaya to na siya lang kisa hahan ko eh. Aladdin's cave. What are you looking for in Aladdin's cave? The diamond in the rough. People thought, yeah, you know, I said like my great granddaddy that first came here. They were all building the fucking tunnels. Sila po but I did comment on one of the things that you're gonna like you'll find that the truth will come out, but not in the way you think it will. Sila praying, confirmation. Sila kutuparean no kupareata ilmusutoy. Sutuka isha kahasui. Tell you right now, the spirits ain't gonna let anybody get whatever it is that you're looking for because they feel greed. She adds that improving your self-esteem can help you break the cycle of trauma bonding and build a stronger foundation for recovery. Cut off contact. The final way to end the trauma bond and thus end a cycle of abuse is to finally cut off contact with the abuser. Once you make that decision to cut off contact, it really to really commit to that and stick to that. Make sure to have a safety plan in place for yourself. You could prepare your safety plan before you cut off the contact so you're prepared in case the abuser reacts harshly or violently. Here are some ways you can put a safety plan in place for yourself. Reach out to the National Domestic Violence Hotline at 800-799-7233 for help and resources. Tell a loved one when to call the police or authorities if you don't answer their texts or calls at a certain time. Develop a code word with children, family, or loved ones to prompt them to call 911. Keep your important documents like birth certificates, social security cards, etc., in a safe place in case you need to grab them quickly. If If you think you're being monitored by someone, try finding or using a different device that the other person can't access. Create new social media accounts with non-identifying usernames, or change your current usernames and passwords on a different device. Keep a bag with all your essentials packed in case you need to leave at a moment's notice. Cutting off contact is a critical step that can be very hard to take. It's okay to feel grief or sadness after leaving the relationship, but make sure to always give yourself lots of credit for taking this important step. I've said it before, like, but people don't like me saying that. God helps those who help themselves, and you know that God is helping you when you start helping yourself, when you come out of that abusive personality, abusive personality, or the weak personality of the one being abused. It's taking that stand, because an abuser is a bully, and bullies came from somewhere. Okay? You have a lot of leaders that were bullied, but they grew up to be a bully. So it's that part of, you're telling a story about a bully, being bullied, but you're doing the same thing. So how are you any better than that bully? Seeking professional help and moving forward. Pay attention to your behaviors and thoughts. Are you starting to feel unsafe in your home or within your relationship? Well, I told him, like, you try laying a hand on me, you better fucking hope you can run. Because the rage that would come out of me, but it's that part of, how about instead of feeling like you're going to hurt someone, stop hurting the person and work through your own shit instead of blaming somebody else because you're taking it out on them, or you're trying to make me or that other person look like they're the ones that are the abuser. 444 on the timer. Are you starting to feel unsafe in your home or within the relationship? Oh, I told him a number of times that I felt unsafe, but he didn't do anything. And it was the people he was bringing into the home. Do you find yourself isolating and moving away from others around you? Don't ignore these feelings, no matter how hard they may seem to face. Healing from emotional trauma can be a long and complicated process. It can be very helpful to have a good trauma informed therapist or on your side to help you through these difficult emotions. Enlist the help of a therapist and reach out to your friends and family as a support system to keep your anchor during this time. Okay. I know that there are people out there that they feel like they don't have the support of their family. They feel like they have no place to go. So it's that part of, people feel stuck of what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? It's that part of, abusers. The only reason, the majority of the reason why they're abusing you could be because Maybe they're afraid of you. So they feel the only way that they can defeat you is by creating more conflict in your life, by trying to make you look like or feel like you're the aggressor in the relationship, whether it be romantic, family, personal, friendship, work related. It doesn't matter. Okay? This is where we need to look at the parts that, seeing what is your part and what is the other person's part. Taking responsibility for your part and the other person being accountable for their part. Is that part of, like with him, you treating me like shit. It's like, you think I'm not going to fight back now? You don't like me now because you say I used to keep you calm. No, it wasn't that I kept you calm. It was because I ignored your ignorance. I ignored your insults when I should have actually taken and punched you right in the mouth for it. But violence don't solve anything because that produces abuse. But that would be the same as what you would be doing to me because it's part of, you may be not physically hitting me, but what you do is just like punching someone in the face. Like the other day when I was talking to my instructor, I could feel her trying to throw that at me. And it was laughable. It was like the part of telling me that I'm unprofessional. I wasn't very professional. It's like I would have loved to have been able to record her body language. It's not to throw shade at her. It's to say I watch people, I observe people. I even watch myself and observe myself. That's why, like when I'm on my channel, I'm seeing myself the whole time. It's like, do you guys think I don't see myself? Do you think I don't hear myself? Physical na yun sa nakimas na ko niya. Dito po eh. There's a lot of stuff going on in the US. Are they putting it on your mainstream media? Probably not. But anyone that says about it, people who haven't seen it on the mainstream media or anywhere else, they're saying, "Oh, we did the put the pussy." Just the same as like somebody's telling somebody about the abuse that they're going through, they tell the person that's being abused, "Well, that's not true. That's not true," because the abuser is manipulating those people. De que la oportunidad, sí que mo ko sila isuwi. It's a part of, think about it, but just sit back and observe and hear. Like it's about like not sitting back and watching somebody verbally talk, like beat the shit out of somebody verbally or any kind of just sitting back and just watching it and not saying like, "Fuck, man, what's your problem?" or "Hey, lady, what are you doing?" Seriously. There's a time to mind your business, and there's a time to react. You don't mind thinking that people should go to war for another country and fight for other people, but why aren't you fighting for your family, for your friends? And I mean here, where you are. It's like, seriously. I watched one woman on here and she said about what she's seen in New Jersey. She said it wasn't what she expected, but it was the best experience she ever had. Right now, I'm feeling the heartburn. There's a release. Today. See, I don't have a problem talking with people on an individual level about their stuff. I'll help people out, whatever it is that you're trying to what you're asking others to give you the answer to. Why don't I use books for the cards? Because I connect on a deeper level. And I know someone here, they use the cards and they connect. But it's that part of, like when I'm speaking with the person or one-on-one, I can find out like if I'm connecting with them because I start bringing like information starts coming forward for me. I may not be able to say who is speaking or where I'm getting the information from, but it's that part of you would know because I'm not going to say that I'm talking to a certain person because there could be many other versions of that person, and it may not be the version for you. It may be that it's on a different parallel world or a multiverse, what have you. And I know that sounds right out there, and I know now, like all of a sudden, it's starting to move again because I put the book down, and it's like you are capable and more than able to heal yourself, but it's that part of allowing yourself to see yourself, looking inward, and that's the hardest part. The hardest part is looking inward and seeing you. Because we've been so trained into not seeing ourselves, but seeing others. So my instructor, I know she thinks I'm throwing shade on her and or what have you because of what I said, but it's a part, you didn't hear the bigger picture of what I said. Like it's that like she looks up to Denzel Washington and Tony Robinson, like different motivation speakers. And what I said to her was like, but it's not about like she shouldn't be trying to find somebody else. breaking broken promises. She should be out actually sharing her story of how she empowered herself as a woman. Because she had, like, I know there's things she's hiding of herself, but she has that ability to motivate. So to me, where I can see bigger, I see her to be wasting her gifts. Maybe she couldn't find me where my gifts go, but I'm telling her where hers go. See, people think I come in here and then throw shit and shade on people, but it's not to throw shit and shade on people. It's to say, I see your true potential. I see your gifts. But like I said, if people want to throw shit at me because it helps them get through every day, as long as it gets you to where you're supposed to be. Yes, I don't incrementare ore qui su 2 corretto. Emotional like sarà quello che abbiamo pure ecco. Things are harder to put up with than the annoyance of a good example. God, usually in good parecchia in calm water, every ship has a good captain. Without a struggle, there can be no progress. Tell me, keep going. Success is never final. Failure is never fatal. It is courage that counts. So life loves to be taken by the label, label, and told, "I'm with you, kid. Let's go." With that being said, I'm sending you all much love, light, many blessings, most importantly, very good health to anyone and everyone wanting and willing to receive and accept. I want you all to be big, bold, brave, most importantly, be yourself. Who you are, not who somebody says you are, you have to be. Be authentic. Be kind to yourself and others. And know that you have more strength than you people do. It may not be in before Christmas, but if I'm not in before then, I'm wishing you all a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, however you celebrate this holiday, or if you're just on vacation, have a great one. Love you all. Sila po parehas mo to, Taya. Oh, can't see what I'm doing. There we go. Good.